All right, folks, we are live. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our coverage of Day 4 of the Republican National Convention. This is obviously the last day, and the real reason we are live is because we are awaiting the Donald Trump speech, which should go on in about 3 hours, but there's obviously a lot more other RNC to watch. It looks like they are doing their opening proceedings right now, but at 7 o'clock, which is in about 8 minutes here, we will tune in full up. Wrong screen. Okay, we will tune in fully to the the live stream and all that stuff. But for now, I do want to bring you some breaking news here, because you may have seen this. It's blowing up all over Twitter, but Newsmax is reporting, and take this as you will, okay? I'm not saying this is true. Look, there's a lot of clickbait, there's a lot of stuff, but according to the source at Newsmax, Biden has already made the decision to drop out of the race, and the announcement could come as soon as Sunday. Now, thus far, the official Biden campaign has not pushed back on any of these claims. So like 2 hours ago, some Biden advisor said it was not true, but considering the current buzz, if it weren't true, you would at least think there would be a public statement, or at the very least, maybe they're just that incompetent that they're going to let this type of speculation happen. But to say the least, I looked at the poly market odds, 87% chance now apparently that Joe Biden might be dropping out. And so who knows what's really going to happen, but keep an eye on that. The current reported news is that this weekend, Joe Biden is going to make a speech dropping out of the presidential race. And that same source has told Newsmax that he will not directly be endorsing Kamala. He wants an open convention. So who knows what's going to happen there. The entire situation is crazy, folks. I don't know what to say. Here I was hoping finally for a weekend to relax. Last weekend we had Trump assassination attempt, and I was like scrambling. And then this week, obviously, we've had the RNC. I was hoping finally get some rest, get some sleep. But that's not the job I chose for myself, I guess. So, folks, if you do enjoy the content, be sure to leave a like on the stream right now. Super chat, feel free to super chat if you'd like to support the stream. If you have thoughts, again, in about 6 minutes here, we will tune in to the live full stream of the RNC. Well, let's take a listen. I mean, what's going on right now? Let's see.
With President Trump. And tonight, I want to speak directly to the voters.
Do we want to listen to this chat?
West Virginia. Of
we
Montana, of Ohio,
oops,
of Pennsylvania, of Nevada, of Michigan.
Relax in November. Yeah, so true.
Arizona, Virginia, and New Mexico. And here's why. Because your Democrat senators are lying to you.
So true.
Look. They talk like moderates, but they vote like radicals. They say they're with you, but they vote with Joe Biden. Never forget, these liberal senators voted to impeach President Trump twice. And I will tell you, an America First majority will stand with President Trump.
No, this guy's got boring vibes.
These liberal senators allowed millions of illegal...
Look, I have a lot of things I can talk about, but I assume most people are here to watch the RNC, so...
Secure the border, and we're gonna
when does Big T go on? About 10:30, 10 I would estimate, yeah. Tucker Carlson is speaking tonight as well, Dana White, Hulk Hogan apparently. I don't know the actual political people, but...
The Keystone Pipeline. An America First majority... We're gonna drill, baby, drill.
So true. I want Baby Dog back. Let's bring back Baby Dog.
These liberal senators want to take away your Second Amendment rights. Those are fighting words back in Montana. An America First majority will protect your precious right to keep and bear arms. These liberal senators covered for Biden after 13 American service members were killed during his botched Afghanistan withdrawal. An America First majority, by the way, I'm the son of a U.S. Marine, an America First majority is going to stand with our military. These liberal senators stood with anti-Semitic mobs. An America First majority is going to stand with Israel.
Okay.
And look, these liberal senators
Kai
want
Trump was one of my favorite
boys
speeches last night.
in girls' sports.
Yeah, she did a good job.
I'm the father of 2 daughters. They want men in your daughter's and my daughter's locker room. And you know, they can't even define what a woman is. But let me tell you something. Back in Montana, we know the difference between
This
a bull
guy is a horrible
and a cow.
speaker. I mean, it's the pre-show. I was debating whether to even
We
tune
must
in, but
replace these liberal
guy's
senators
like-
with great Republican leaders like Jim Justice and Baby Dog in West Virginia.
oh, Baby Dog mentioned. Okay,
Like
I take it
Tim
back.
Sheehy
I
in
take it
Montana.
back. This guy is fantastic.
Like Bernie Moreno in Ohio. Like Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania. Like Sam Brown in Nevada. Mike Rogers in Michigan.
Oh, true.
Eric Hovde right here in Wisconsin. Hung Cao in Virginia. Nella Domenici in New Mexico.
I feel like me and Hung Kao need to
And of
collab
course, Carrie Lake in Arizona.
because the Cow Dow thing would be just like very funny.
We must elect
Who is Baby Dog?
an America First
I'll show you
Senate
Baby Dog.
majority
Hold on.
that will stand with President Donald J. Trump.
Baby Dog.
But look, right now, the left-wing billionaires are massively outspending us. That's
Oh my
what's keeping
gosh.
me up at
Baby
night.
Dog Jim Justice.
And we
Jeez.
need your help.
Here.
You
Chat.
can go to Senate24.com. Senate24.com today. Help us fight back. Because together,
Can you
we're
work?
going to win back the Senate.
All right, hold on.
We're going to grab that gavel out of Schumer's hands. We're going to deliver a historic victory for President Trump. And we're going to make America great again. God bless you.
Baby Dog. This is Baby Dog. I think it's Jim Justice's dog, right? But he brought him out at the RNC. I would vote for Baby Dog for president. Oh, let me turn this off. Okay, since we're currently at a rock concert, I might as well commentate on this. Chat. Baby Dog is they're gonna indict Baby Dog. I'm told by a lot of sources within the Justice Department that this is next. Okay, they said I think they're gonna indict him for. I'm being told he peed in the house. He tore up someone's shoe. I mean, the guy, frankly, is a total felon. Okay, but I stand with, much like the convicted felon Donald Trump, I stand with convicted felon Baby Dog, and this is so true and this is so real. Look at him. Imagine how hard his mugshot would go. So true. So true. All right, folks. It is now 7 o'clock, so I assume the main RNC show is about to start, but we are on a loading screen right now. So let me just say, oh, by the way, this Trump entrance, I don't know if you guys saw last night, incredible. Okay? In fact, there are things I want to say about it that perhaps I shouldn't even say, but it was amazing. Okay? Literally the coolest thing. He came out to It's a Man's World by James Brown, and just the aura. He comes up, when he was maybe I should just play it. Should I just play it, chat? Should I just play it? I do have it on my Twitter. Okay? While we're sitting here waiting, because it's still like a commercial break right now at the RNC. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. All right? It's better if I just show you instead of trying to describe it. So, this, if it can work. All right, what is going on right now? It's over, chat. It's over. Apparently, Twitter is just not functioning. Give me a second here. I gotta show you guys this, though, okay? Because, Trump has a lot of theme songs, right? What do you think of when you think of Trump? Like, YMCA, God Bless the USA, Hold On, I'm Coming, or whatever. But I kid you not. I know I feel like I say this every day at this point, but seriously, This was the coolest Trump entrance I have ever seen. Okay, so let me just play it for those of you who didn't see it last night. Let me play it so I can demonstrate what I'm talking about. Okay, look at this. Look at this. It's cinema. Look at this.
This is a man's world. This is a man's world.
This is his theme song. By the way, his favorite song according to like the golf cart video, but
But it would be nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
oh, it's so cool. Aura. This is Aura. Sleepy Joe could never. Look at this. This is like the coolest entrance I've seen in politics. Okay, forget Monday night, forget 2016. This is it. This is Aura right here. This is literally cinema, okay? When they make Trump's biopic movie in like 20 years, this should be the opening scene right here. You know how you start with something, but then you're gonna go back in time? This should be the opening scene to the Trump movie right here. Bandage on his ear. Oh my gosh. Kino's song, no, so true. And then the screens, because last night the theme was Make America Strong Again. This is power. Like, this is powerful. And then watch. He goes up the stairs. Dude, the beat drops. It's so sick. Look at this shot. I'm just like, this is cinema, okay? Trump's the only person in politics who can do something like this. Look at this shot. Look at this shot. He's on top of like the riser. Everyone has their phone in the air. This is cinema right here, okay? Unbelievable. He's so freaking cool. Bro is him. And then, but then listen, when he's on top of the stage, they keep the song going, but it turns into like Italian opera. Okay, let's look at this. Look at that shot. Let me put it on this screen. Hold on. So you can see it. Oops. Like, he's the main character. Like, nobody will get it outside of our base. But this is incredible. This is power. And then watch. He greets the random supporters in the crowd. The women are like fawning over him. They're like emotional and stuff. Like, this is a freaking movie, man. Oh my gosh.
And a baby boy. Man, make them happy. Because man, make them toys. Man, make everything.
I'm telling you guys, okay? The day that Trump gets a movie in like 20 years or whatever, that needs to be the opening scene. And we'll tune in live back into the RNC here in a second. But I saw the liberals freaking out over this. Like, Biden-Harris HQ is saying, he's coming out to a man's world. Look at blah, blah, blah. And I'm sure, I haven't really looked. I'm sure a lot of people are saying, he looks like a dictator up there. He looks like Mussolini. It's like, look. The reason they say that is because politics has frankly become so freaking lame over the past like 50 years that suddenly when a political leader actually like projects leadership and strength, and he's someone that is cool and the crowd actually adores, like you see those like random moms in the crowd, they adore him. That's the first, that's like, oh, this is like Hitler. It's like they don't get it. They just don't understand it. Okay. But yeah, that was awesome. Okay. That said, let's tune back into the RNC.
For the last 2 years, House Republicans have fought alone. Ladies and
The
gentlemen,
people just don't get it. Some people will never get it. Some people will never get it. Caesar has spoken. So true. So true.
And we need President Donald Trump back in the White House.
I mean, this should be a man's world. It still is, I'd argue, in many ways, you know?
A Republican House is also essential.
Like,
to
feminism
ensuring
only
Donald
exists
Trump's
because
success as our
men
president.
allow it, you know?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine what Nancy Pelosi's protege, Hakeem Jeffries, would do if he was Speaker of the House to undermine Donald Trump? If Democrats control
Has Trump
the House,
spoken
they'll
yet?
block
No,
every
3 hours
tax
still.
cut, budget, border bill, and crime bill that he proposes. They'll hold sham investigations and hearings to bog down his agenda. They'll impeach him for doing his job. But we're not going to let that happen.
I don't care about this speech. I want to watch that again.
A Republican House and
I want to
President
watch the
Donald
man's
Trump
world
will
entrance again.
preserve the historic Trump tax cuts and eliminate taxes on tips. Together, a Republican House and President Donald Trump will fund the police. We will rebuild our military. We will stand up to communist China. And ladies and gentlemen, we will finish the wall. A House majority.
Everyone's like, we
will
don't
make
care.
Donald
We want
Trump's
Trump.
second
Like,
term
literally.
even more successful than his first. So let me ask you, let me hear from you. Who can we count on? Who can we count on to return us to unprecedented American prosperity? Who can we count on to stand up to our enemies? Who can we count on for a secure border and safer neighborhoods? Absolutely right. We can count on President Donald Trump. So let's work together. Let's elect President Donald Trump. Let's grow our House Republican majority. Together we can make it happen. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome American businesswoman Dian Hendricks.
I don't know who this is, chat. Who is she?
Good evening. My name is Dian Hendricks. And I'm living proof that the American dream is possible with hard work and determination. I grew up on a dairy farm in Wisconsin. I was one of 9 girls, no boys.
Bro,
I
9
dreamed
girls.
of
That's.
moving to the city and wearing a blue suit. But
How
at
do
the
you
age
hit
of
the same one
17,
every
I
time? That's
became
crazy.
pregnant. That was not part of my plan. But I truly believe that every life is a sacred gift from God.
So true. Thanks for the member chat, Brendan Crespin. He says, I'll be back
And
in
I
3
give
hours. God
thanks
bless.
every
I hope
day
everything's okay
for
on your
my
end.
son. As a single mom,
Appreciate it.
I worked 2 jobs to pay
And
the
yeah,
bills.
Joy Reid is a clown. Thanks for the member
I
chat.
found
Appreciate
my
it.
passion in the field of real estate, which is still my passion.
Why does the RNC
met
keep
my
letting these
husband,
literal
Jim,
who's speak? Well, it's like the pre-show still. You know, like I think 9 o'clock is when they start the real speeches. So I don't know if we want to watch this or we want to not, or we want to like talk over it. I don't know.
Everything we had to start that company. Today, ABC Supply employs over 22,000
Congratulations, Daniel.
Americans.
Very cool. Very epic.
We are the largest roofing distributor.
You're building a
in the country.
dynasty. We love to see it.
But what's even more important is we are creating these jobs right here in the United States of America.
This is a man's world.
I lost my husband 16 years ago. It was the toughest time in my life. Thank God I had our 7 children to be my support. But I had to decide whether to fight or fold. And I chose to fight. Since then, I've quadrupled the size of our companies. And to my surprise, I was recently just recognized as the most successful self-made woman in American history. So to all of you aspiring entrepreneurs out there, if I can make it, you can make it too. My success story as a teenage mom without a college degree was only possible because I was so blessed to be born in the United States of America. But today, the American dream is under threat. Since Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took over the offices, prices have
People
risen
seem
over
like they're cool with
20%.
me talking over it. So you know what I'll do? I'll like periodically leave it around in the background. Friendly Medic says, "Do you think Biden is going to drop out?" I don't know at this point, guys. Like, I hate to give that answer, but I genuinely think it's 50-50 because it's important to keep in mind there is a lot of there's a vested interest in the media trying to push him out, right? Because number one, it just gets them views. It just gets them ratings. That's why there's so much clickbait about this. But then also, number two is that I think in many ways the mainstream media genuinely does want him out of the race. And so they're running a lot of these headlines because they're trying to kind of put the pressure on him at the same time to get out. So you heard the news today. People are saying it's confirmed. It's going to happen on Sunday. I don't know. I'd say there's like a 50% chance of that. I still have a bit of an instinct. Like, I don't think Biden is actually going to go anywhere because think about the mess that the DNC would be, you know? And they could try to put, like, Michelle Obama there, but most likely, because think about it, you'd have to have all of Biden's delegates at the convention vote for someone. Most likely that's going to be Kamala, right? I think if Gavin tried to go in there, if Gretchen Whitmer, the Biden delegates would not vote for them over Kamala Harris because they would say, oh, Kamala Harris has the right to be there. But I think the one person maybe who could usurp that authority that might be more treasured is like Michelle Obama. So,
volunteer and Republican executive
who is this?
committee woman from Palm Beach, Florida.
I mean, they have a Republican committee woman. Okay, I mean, ballot access would be a huge problem. No, it's true.
My name is
It's true.
Dian Evans. I'm a volunteer with more than 1,000 hours working for the Trump campaign since last year. If you told me I'd be here 5 years ago, I'd have said you're crazy. But here I am, and I'm very excited.
Am I streaming the
to
doc?
re-elect
What do you mean?
Donald Trump as President of the United States this November.
What doc?
I've never spoken at a convention before.
They said
I've never
Biden
used
stepped
a
down. Wait, what?
teleprompter
Let me look
before.
Twitter.
But I figure if Joe Biden can, I can manage all right. I'm pretty new to politics. I voted my whole life, but I've never got involved as a volunteer. I was busy raising my family, spending time with my husband, starting a small business, and walking the dog. Moms
Baby
are
dog?
busy people.
Baby dog mentioned?
When it came to politics,
Based?
I always figured let everybody else take care of it. But then the 2020 election happened. After that, you better believe I got involved. I joined my local Republican executive committee. And when Trump headquarters asked for a volunteer to help with office staff, I started showing up Whenever
President
they
Blump,
needed
you
me,
are a troll. Look at what he says.
Or if they didn't need me, I showed up anyway.
Shout out President Blump on Twitter, but he retweeted this. The AP says breaking: Joe Biden announces he won't run for president, but it's from 2015. You freaking troll. Okay, anyways.
And now I'm helping to take out the garbage at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. As long as I can remember, these politicians have said what they think we want to hear, then they do just what the hell they want. And Joe Biden has been the worst offender for the last 50 years. President Trump is different. I knew he would get things done for the American people, and he did. He isn't part of the swamp. He's going to drain the swamp.
Okay, this is breaking news on the current front here, guys. Joe Biden just tweeted this out. It's just like a normal campaign tweet. Like, it just says a hard work day should lead to hard fair day, pay whatever. Like, he's just talking about like random generic, I don't know, political campaign talking point stuff. But nothing on the front. Like, this is probably a scheduled tweet. I don't know. Nothing on like actually addressing whether he's staying in the race or not. Which is interesting, because you'd think if it's totally fake, you would see a tweet from Biden immediately being like it's totally fake, because that's easy. So the fact that it's not, I don't know. It seems to suggest to me maybe there is some truth in it. But who knows? Who knows, honestly? Because see, nothing there. Let me look at other Twitter accounts. Let's see. Like,
And we can make America great again.
see Biden
God
Harris
bless
HQ.
President Trump. And God bless Team Trump. And thank you so much. I'll see you all out there.
So they, let's see. I'm going to turn this music off because it's so distracting. So according to Biden Harris HQ here, they're just tweeting out their normal stuff, right? But you see there's nothing actually addressing whether or not he's going to drop out. They're just continuing the campaign as normal. This is breaking the news world right now. Like, you would think there'd be an official statement. So that suggests maybe something is going on. Or people genuinely aren't sure, like Biden is thinking about it maybe. I really have no idea. But let's see, like President Biden, for instance. So he says he's tweeting about unity or something.
A literal battlefield, and God forbid, a killing field. I believe politics ought to be an arena for peaceful debate.
Okay, so President Biden just tweeted this, which is an interesting video, I think, because this could, in my opinion, almost read as like a last memoir. I don't know, but let's take a listen.
It's inevitable in American democracy. It's part of human nature. But politics must never be a literal battlefield, and God forbid, a killing field. I believe politics ought to be an arena for peaceful debate, to pursue justice, to make decisions guided by the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. We stand for an America, not of extremism and fury, but of decency and grace. You know, we're blessed to live in the greatest country on earth, and I believe that with every soul, every power of my being. You know, from the beginning, our founders understood the power of passion, so they created democracy that gave reason and balance a chance to prevail over brute force.
You see what I'm saying, guys? Like, it could just be in reference to the Trump assassination attempt. Like, Biden has been saying a lot of this stuff. Oh, unity, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But considering the current news, you can see it in the other direction, right? Like, he's trying to go out with a nice, touching video, right? I don't know. I don't know. It's for you guys to decide.
We must be.
But
American democracy.
But yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, Newsmax is reporting that right now.
American democracy, where the rule of law is respected. American democracy, where decency, dignity, fair play aren't just quaint notions, but living, breathing realities. We owe that to those who come before us, to those who gave their lives for this country. We owe that to ourselves. We owe it to our children and our grandchildren.
See what I'm saying? Like, this could be a last memoir to the presidency or whatever, if that's what it is. Yeah, it could just be in response to the assassination attempt. Oh, Biden needs to cool down the temperature. But you can see the other side of this, like 100%.
Let's never lose sight of who we are. Let's remember we are the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together.
See? Yeah. I don't know how to read that video, right? I really don't. All right, let's tune back into the RNC, see what's happening. But I'm gonna keep following the news. I hope people are okay with that. If you want to watch the RNC Interrupted, feel free to go to one of the streams. But I figure since they're still in the pre-show and like the nobodies are speaking, no offense, but the nobodies are speaking, we might as well like follow this Biden news as it happens, and then when the main event is starting, then I'll shut up. So
his hair, and he smiled with the love that only a grandfather could have given. I first met Donald Trump.
But feel free to super chat your thoughts if you have any updates or thoughts on all of this.
For fun, he became part of some of the most compelling and highest rated storylines in the company's history. And when he became president,
please don't go,
I was
Joe.
honored to serve
So
in
true.
his cabinet running the Small Business Administration. I traveled the country talking to business owners and job creators. They knew they had a president who understood them and fought for them. He knew that small businesses are the engine of the American economy, and the Trump tax cuts proved to be like rocket fuel for them. Almost every business owner I spoke with was using their tax savings to grow their businesses. And ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. economy was flourishing. But
we want Joe. So true. So
during
true.
my time in the government was more poignant for me than one that happened in 2018.
It's true. I am, Mr. President, stay in the race. Stop the coup. The disloyal D's must be punished peacefully and patriotically, of course. Okay? Get them out of the party.
I stepped off of Air Force One.
All disloyal D's will be expelled from the party, Mr. President.
Through the hangar where my father had been a shop foreman and my mom had been a budget analyst. I watched Donald Trump walk through neighborhoods of my childhood, comforting those who had suffered such great damages. Because he was a builder, he talked to them about what it would take to rebuild, what kind of materials they should use. And he didn't just show a personal interest, he was one of them. But now Joe Biden and the Democrats want to penalize small businesses again by hiking their taxes. But
so true.
When he's reelected, Donald Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. And he will also offer new tax cuts like no taxes on tips.
How about no tax on super chats? That's what we want. I'm lobbying the president, January 21st.
Trump put tariffs on China that raised billions of dollars and protected American industries. And if reelected, he'll do it again. President Trump is a job creator and the best friend American workers have ever had in the White House. He is a champion of the forgotten men and women, as I have experienced firsthand. But the media doesn't like to acknowledge
and you know what? No tax on.
Donald Trump is
Can I say that on YouTube? No, yeah, it's a legal process. No tax on ammo. How about that? No tax on ammo. No tax on firearms purchases. No tax on car purchases with 8 cylinders or more, because we gotta be. We gotta drill, baby, drill. Okay, so only V8s or higher. Okay, no taxes on those. This is how we save the country, folks. Is anything that like conservatives buy, we say no taxes on that. So true, chat. So true. This is how we will save America.
Make America great again, and why? Because he did it before. So I ask all of you here tonight, and those of you who are watching from home, to re-elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Thank you and good night.
Yeah, so chat, let me just say, okay? Listen, this is my offer to President Biden, because we stand with you, Mr. President, okay? Stop the coup, all right? So here's my proposal. And I think I speak for all MAGA Patriots when I say this. All of us MAGA Patriots are openly offering to guard the DNC for you, okay? We will safeguard the DNC. We will ensure that you are nominated for the Democrats in a safe, secure, and peaceful way. This we can guarantee, okay? And we will ensure that the coup against you does not succeed, Mr. President, okay? So we're standing by for your orders, okay? All MAGA Patriots are standing back and standing by. Give us the word. We will attend the DNC and we will guard it, right? We will make sure you are safe and peaceful and in good health so that you can accept the Democrat nomination. I mean that sincerely. That's not a joke, okay? That's not like, no, it's not coded for anything. I'm being so serious, all right? Send in the MAGA Patriots. We will make sure you are nominated in the proper way. This is so real. Okay, I volunteer. All right, I will go to the DNC personally. Okay, and we will make sure that the disloyal D coup against you does not succeed. Very true. Very true. We all MAGA Patriots stand with President Biden right now. All right, hold the line, Mr. President. Hold the freaking line. This is so real. All right. Sleepy Joe will prevail. Sleepy Joe, I never called you Sleepy Joe, right? He's not Sleepy Joe. He's Serious Joe. He is Awake Joe. All right? Come on, Biden. I mean, look, Biden, you have a great chance in this election, don't you know, right? You have like one poll from Bloomberg that said you were going to win. That was like from 5 months ago. All right? Come on, Mr. Biden. You've been in this game for how long? Like 70, 80 years, right? No one can do a better job than you. You think Kamala can do a better job than you? No. Okay? Stay in the race. Stay in the race. Highly attentive Joe. This is so true. Trust me, Mr. Biden. You have a great chance in this election. Do not drop out. All right? We stand with Joe Biden. You know what? All right, put me in. DNC, put me in. I will go to Chicago and be a delegate for Joe Biden. All right? Because if you're worried you're going to have some disloyal delegate, they try to go rogue. I'm with the president, okay? I stand with the president. So put me in. You know, I say all of us in the chat, let's all go be Biden delegates, okay? We should. Send us to the convention, and we will make sure that Joe Biden is the Democrat nominee. Let's go, Brandon. This is so true. This is so true. All right? Thomas says, if you were a DNC consultant in a hypothetical 2028, who would you suggest as the strongest ticket? Can it be two white guys, or is that like not allowed? Because I'd probably say someone like Andy Bashir and Josh Shapiro, maybe. Gavin Newsom does have a decent shot. I will say that, as sleazy of a politician as he is pretty slick, right? He does have the image for politics, so he's an option. But I think probably Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania and Andy Bashir of Kentucky, they can pull the whole moderate Democrat card. People won't be able to label them as like radical far left communists, whatever. So if I were, again, a Democrat consultant, I would do that. The thing is, I don't think they would win the primary because they wouldn't be perceived as left-wing enough for the base, right? But again, if I were in charge of that and you told me who were the most electable Democrats, I'd probably put that kind of ticket up there, you know? But let's see here. Vince Dow, Harry Sisson. No, it's so true. We stand with Harry Sisson, okay? The last enthusiastic Biden supporter left, send him to the DNC. All right, Harry Sisson needs to be a delegate because I fully trust Harry Sisson will not be a disloyal D. There will be no coup against Biden under Harry Sisson's watch, all right? So we stand with President Biden. We stand with President Biden. So let's take a look here at what else we got going on in the chat. Again, folks, feel free to super chat. Put me in, Coach Biden. This is so true. All right? Adam will be a delegate. I'll be a delegate. Well, we'll all be Biden delegates. All right? Again, if you want a secure nomination, you want to make sure nothing happens, all right? You think sending us as delegates, you think we're going to let you be replaced, Mr. President? Heck no. Heck no. You are in this race. You're not going anywhere. All right, let's see what else is going on Twitter, folks. Let me take a look here, okay? Because obviously this news around Biden is just breaking so fast, so I think we need to just keep checking. Let's see. Okay, so check this out. This is from Unusual Wales. It says, Biden campaign member TJ Ducklow has said that Biden is not dropping out, says to not trust anonymous sources, and said, the president is more than committed to ever to winning this election. Let's go! Biden, Biden, Biden. He's holding the line, chat. Dark Brandon strikes back against the disloyal Democrats. He says to Nancy Pelosi, to Chuck Schumer, to Barack Obama, he says, look, Jack, I am Jim Crow Joe, and I am not going anywhere. So true. So true, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. Folks, leave a like on this stream for our president, Joe Biden. They cannot stop him from going into November. It's so true. It's so true. Brandon Villanark, this is real. His revenge on the Democrats, all right? Joe Biden is secretly our guy, okay? Because his great revenge on the Democrats is going to be refusing to leave the race. He's going to lose, and he's going to say, take that, Barack. That's what you get from trying to take me out. This is so true, all right? This is so true. Biden, Biden. Again, all right? Put me in as a Democrat delegate. I will ensure, that he is nominated. Okay, the revenge of the swamp. Thank you, Joe Biden. This is true. Okay, Joe Biden's had a moment of clarity. He says, "What's going on here? Look at this. Everyone bought their cowboy hats from Texas." Look, Wisconsin brought their cheese. That's funny. That's funny, Chad.
Ladies and
Any
gentlemen, please welcome the 70th United
Wisconsinites
States Secretary of State
in chat threw up the cheese emoji. Brandon Wars 2, Revenge of the Swamp. So true. So true.
Good evening. Good evening, my fellow Americans. It's great to be with you. A special shout out to Kansas over there, my good friends from Kansas. You know, I had the incredible privilege to serve as President Trump's CIA director and Secretary of State. It was my greatest honor to work with him every single day to serve you, the American people. Now you all are paying attention, so you know what the Trump administration achieved, but it's worth going through a few of these accomplishments. Let's start with this. There were no new American wars. Our border, our southern border, closed. It may seem like a long time ago, but when we took office, there were people's heads being cut off at the beaches. We destroyed ISIS and its caliphate. And you know, here's another fun fact. We never lost our Secretary of Defense for 2 weeks either. You'll remember, for those 4 years, the evil of Vladimir Putin was held at bay. When we walked out, January of 2021, the Iranian regime was afraid, and the people of Israel were strong and secure, and we treated them like the friend and ally that they need to be. Everywhere we went, religious freedom was protected. We held 3 summits in North Korea, and North Korea was quieted. We'd begun an honorable exit from Afghanistan. And and not a single Chinese spy balloon flew across the United States of America. 4 years. Had I been the Secretary of State and a Chinese spy balloon flew across our country, I would have been the former Secretary of State, and rightfully so. You know, under President Trump, the Chinese Communist Party, which to this day presents the greatest threat to our nation from outside of our country, we confronted it like never before. Look, ladies and gentlemen, in short, we put America first every single day. "42 months on, what has Joe Biden and Kamala Harris done? And their leftist handles, what have they delivered to us for security and prosperity? Almost nothing. Let's start with this. You saw some of them last night. 13 new Gold Star families from Afghanistan.
That was a powerful speech, by the way. Very important.
I want to speak to everybody who served in Afghanistan.
I hope the country was watching.
I'm disgusted by the Biden administration's incompetent pullout from that country. To those of you who served there, know this. Know that your service was honorable, that you saved American lives, and that the Pompeos love and admire you for what you did for America. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you.
Wait, that's Mike Pompeo? What? What, did he get liposuction? That is, how is that
Every
the same
one of you
guy?
Who served in uniform, and the families of those, you deserve
what
a
in the
president. A
Hold
president
on.
who will not check
Chat,
his watch
that's Mike
while he is
Pompeo?
honoring our fallen brothers and sisters.
I thought that was like...
It was indecent.
I thought that was like Rex Tillerson or something, because I don't remember what Rex Tillerson looks like.
And of course, it was that very weakness we saw in Afghanistan that prompted Putin's butchery in Ukraine.
There's no way.
Last week, we saw what it meant.
There's no way this is the same guy.
Bombed, innocents killed. It did not have to be.
Are you guys sure
now,
that's...
of course, the second war in Gaza. President Biden won't even talk about the fact that Americans are still being held there by the Iranian regime. Contrast that with what we did when Americans were wrongfully held.
Okay, can someone confirm that this is Mike Pompeo? I am like shocked right now.
To bring home
Ozempic?
3 American pastors.
I had to have been. That's like crazy.
We brought them home.
It's one thing to lose weight. It's another, he's like, that's like 100 pounds,
we brought
dude.
them home along with dozens of other hostages, and we did so without paying one single penny to the terrorists.
Wow, that is Mike Pompeo. Oh my gosh.
And what about Iran today?
Well, I'm not
When
a
Joe
fan,
Biden
but at least he
eased up
lost
on
weight.
President
I mean,
Trump's
good for him.
maximum pressure campaign,
But
we gave money to the Ayatollah.
Well, I haven't seen him in 2 years.
More checks to the genocidal maniacs.
I thought that he said former Secretary of State. I thought this was like Rex Tillerson or something.
And now, of course, closer to home, a massive national
This is Mike, the guy who tried to kill Julian Assange. No, I'm aware. I'm aware. You can hear it. He's a freaking neocon, but
terrorists, drug dealers, Chinese spies, and violent criminals. Ladies and gentlemen, President Biden sold out our citizens and our security and our sovereignty, and we need to get it back, and I am confident that we will get it back.
Now Chris Christie's going to show up.
I had this incredible privilege to serve as your top diplomat.
Dude, the day Chris Christie speaks at the RNC will be so funny.
Our nation as the unrivaled example of what a free society should look like. But unfortunately, President Biden struts the global stage. Maybe I should say he shuffles the global stage.
I think he's cloned, Chad.
Game about American values.
Like his face, I can recognize it, but it doesn't even look the same.
Shown the world?
It's crazy.
What if he and his
Mike Pompeo
base
current. Let me Google this.
Other nations. He's censored free speech here at home. He's put woke into the military that I and you so desperately love. We must reclaim it. He put it in our schools as well. He's weaponized the justice system against our political opponents. And even to this day, as we sit here today, he and Vice President Harris are providing appeasement to the pro-Hamas radicals on our streets here inside the United States. And even worse, Today, this administration treats illegals better than our own citizens. That is indecent. And the entire administration has failed to tell us the truth that we all know and is so dangerous to our nation. The truth that
it's
Joe
funny,
Biden
Mike Pompeo totally has like the evil neocon voice, which he is. But doesn't he sound like the evil oil executive in the movie or something? Yeah, he's like Lex Luther. The guy's like Lex Luther out here, which is very accurate, you know? He's that evil neocon in a suit with the oil in his freaking hair. That's so funny. All right, let me see. We got a super chat here. It says, Ben Sinex for $2. Thank you. Says, according to AF Post, the Democratic nomination is delayed. Yeah, I saw you send that. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can confirm that here. Let me go on the news stuff. Let's see. I don't see it. I mean, I see the reporting about obviously Mark Halperin talking about Biden withdrawing, but I haven't seen what you're specifically talking about. But well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. A lot is going on right now. So
great again. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our veterans and the United States of America. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lex Luther.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Lorenzo Su from Michigan.
My name is Pastor Lorenzo Su. I have the honor and the privilege of being the senior pastor at 180 Church. And we were blessed last month to have President Donald Trump come to Detroit, Michigan. Let's go!
So true.
Can you imagine it? Can you imagine President Donald Trump coming to a city and calling a pastor like me, a pastor who was born and raised on the east side of Detroit? I was mentored by murderers. I was a student of the street. But I had a radical experience with Jesus Christ that changed my life forever.
So true.
Come
Go
on,
off,
if you
King.
believe that Jesus still changed lives, come on, put your hands together and give our great God great glory. President Trump came to a church that is in a Democratic stronghold. He came to a church to listen to average, everyday Americans like you and like me. He came to a church not to speak to us, but to listen to us. He came into a church, and a lot of people, they were upset. A lot of people, they would ask me questions. Why would you allow Donald Trump to come into your church? How many know that the Bible says we are all sinners and we all need the grace of God? How many know that the Bible says, he who has not sinned, let him cast the first stone?
What's going on with my... Okay.
President Donald Trump, he came during his birthday weekend. Let me ask you a question. Grand old party, what would you do for your birthday if you were worth $6.7 billion? What would you do for
Ben
your
says
birthday?
there's an article in the Philadelphia Inquirer.
Detroit?
Okay, let me look at that. Let's see.
He came to the hood because he cares about average, everyday Americans. Grand old party, I need to ask you a question. What would you ask for your birthday? If you could go to Mar-a-Lago or if you could go to New York, what would you ask for your birthday?
Chat, I want a C6 Corvette Z01. No, Z06, sorry. So if anyone wants to gift me one of those, feel free to do so. All right, but let me find the actual...
I believe that prayer is preventative and prayer is proactive. I believe that praying in the name of Jesus changes everything.
So true. I'm not seeing the article, Ben. I'm looking on Philadelphia Inquirer right now.
And when we prayed for President Trump, only God knew that 30 days later, there would be a miracle by a millimeter.
Is this what you're talking about, Ben?
Only God knew that if we prayed for him during his birthday, there would be a miracle by a millimeter. If President Trump had moved 1 millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Monday to talk to us about how America was going to be made wealthy again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Tuesday to talk about how he was going to make America secure again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on
Google
Wednesday
DNC delay nomination.
to tell
Okay.
us how he was going to make America strong again. And if President Trump would have moved just a millimeter, we will not be hearing tonight how he was going to make America great
Oh, okay.
again.
They did delay it. Yeah, yeah. They're delaying the nomination vote at the DNC, chat. This was yesterday. So that might be, hey, if Biden drops out, like, let's make a contingency plan. I'm not exactly sure. But that is real. So thanks, Ben, for the information there.
About something called providence and something called sovereignty. God's sovereignty is his ability to be able to do what he wants when he wants because he's God. And God's providence, it's when he does what he wants when he wants for all of you.
At least this pastor has some riz. No, he's a good speaker.
Did you
He's
know
a good speaker.
that President Trump was shot on 6/11? And do you know that Ephesians chapter number 6, verse number 11 says, be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power. To all my Democrat friends, I want to ask you one question. Do you know anybody that was the 45th president? He was convicted of 34 accounts.
Chat.
He raised $53 million in 24 hours and could be the 47th president of the United States in America. And he was shot one time. Do you know anybody like that?
All right, hold on. We got a breaking news alert, by the way. Friendly Medic, thanks for the 5. I didn't know that. I've never even heard that, but if that's true, that's pretty insane. But thank you for the 5, by the way. I don't retweet them, for the record. Okay, I don't retweet them anyway. But anyways, The Hill says Biden decision on future is expected in the coming days, and Harris is considered heir apparent. So according to The Hill here, we have Biden to make major announcement in the coming days, according to The Hill. So it says, well-connected Democratic Party insiders say, I'll keep this going in the background, that they expect President Biden to make a major announcement on his future soon after the RNC concludes in Milwaukee, and that congressional leaders expect VP Harris to become their nominee for president if Biden drops his re-election bid. The talk among high-level Democrat strategists and donors has turned to who is best positioned to serve as Harris's running mate. The short list has boiled down to Mark Kelly, Andy Beshear, and Roy Cooper. All white guys, by the way. Chat, what's going on there? Huh? No, we need Mike Obama. Okay, Mike Obama should be the VP. But anyways, Gavin Newsom and Gretchen Whitmer have communicated they would not be interested in serving as Harris's running mate. Very interesting here, chat. So I don't know if that's because they want to challenge her at the convention, or they're like, she has no chance of winning. I do not want to tie my political career to her when they both have a good shot in 2028. I have absolutely no idea, but apparently, yeah, he's expected to make a big announcement here, folks. Democrat strategists say that Biden has failed to reassure the rattled Democrat lawmakers and donors that he will be able to recover from the debate and put to rest incessant questions about his mental acuity, energy, and health. Instead, sources say Biden has become trapped in the narrative that he's too old to effectively serve, and there doesn't appear to be a way to dispel it before Election Day. I mean, that part is true. But Mr. President, listen to your wife. Listen to your wife, okay? You did it, Joe. You spoke the facts. So true. So true. Do not listen to the disloyal D's, okay? Think about it, Mr. President. Think about it, Biden. They never liked you, and you know that. Obama always thought you were an idiot. Why are you listening to him now? Chuck Schumer and Pelosi, they could have endorsed you when you ran in 2020. They didn't. Everyone waited till the last minute to get behind you. They almost let Bernie Sanders win because they knew you were so weak. They stood there and watched. They cheered as Kamala Harris, your VP, called you racist on the debate stage. Come on, Mr. President. Show them who you are. You spoke the facts, Joe. Fake news. Keep us in the race. Keep him in the race. All right, Back in Black. You can hear it's playing. Biden, listen to that right now. You got this. You spoke the facts, Joe. You told them the facts. Come on, Jill. All right, we need Jill and Hunter. Circle the wagons at the White House. Dispel the disloyal D's, okay? Purge them from the party. Peacefully, of course. I mean, kick them out of the Democrat Party, but do it. Do it. Oh,
States.
chat.
President Donald
Here he comes.
J. Trump.
Let's go. He's coming out to Back in Black. There's no way. Hold on. Let me rewind.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, here we go. That is awesome.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
That is so freaking cool. Imagine counter signaling this guy. Imagine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Neaporte from Florida.
Imagine counter signaling this guy. That was amazing, chat. Let me go live. That was purely
we just
amazing.
Witnessed that. But what I'm here to tell you.
Oops.
tonight is that Donald Trump is a great boss and one hell of a golfer. At our club championship in March, I watched President Trump hit a perfect 210-yard 4-iron to within 10 feet of the hole. Yep. He needed to sink that putt to win. Do you think he sank it? You better believe you sunk that putt. Donald Trump, 21 club championships. Joe Biden, 0. For non-golfers out there, that's a pretty good record. That's real good. That's not good, that's great. 25 years ago, I was working multiple jobs, and one of those jobs was caddying at Trump International, and that's where I met Mr. Trump. My caddy job
Pete SF says, thanks, Vince, for repping the Vietnamese community. Go Trump. So true. So true. Thank you for the 5.
He mentioned to me that he
Appreciate
needed to
it.
find a teaching pro. He knew I could play, so he said, tomorrow, dress like a golf pro and come out and play golf with me. So in true Mr. Trump fashion, on the first tee the next day, he tees up his ball, whacks it right down the middle of the fairway. And I turned to him and I said, hey, I'm pretty nervous. And he said, John, you just relax and play your game. And it was great advice, because after 9 holes, he turned to me and he said, I've seen enough. You've got the job. Thank you. Later, I went on to become the head golf professional, and I'll never forget that moment with Mr. Trump. He truly changed my life. That's who Donald Trump is. For 25 years, I've seen his generosity and his remarkable character firsthand. His entire family reflects these values as well. With all the hate the president gets, I think to myself, how can someone go through all this? He could have chosen a quiet life. He could have played more golf. But he cares so deeply about America and our people. He just keeps working, and he does it for us. Now it's our turn to support him. So let's help him, let's hear it, make America great again. That's it. Thank you, President Trump, for believing in me and in our country. As much as I'll miss him in the White House or in the clubhouse, we need to vote him back in the White House. Thank you very much.
You guys want to see some Trump golf highlights? I got you. This is a real video, by the way. Let me find it. Oh. Stream cut off. Where's the Trump golf? Here it is.
And I'm so pumped to be the vice presidential nominee.
All right, chat. Wait, let me just go on here. Chat, check this out. If I can freaking find it. Where are the Trump golf highlights? I got them somewhere. Hold on. Very unprofessional, but we must find these, okay? We must find these. It's very important that the American people understand the golf champion that our president truly is. Here it is. Okay, so this is a real video. Hold on. People are going to say this is fake. People are going to say this is a deep fake, a cheap fake. I'm sure Karine Jean-Pierre is melting down, right? The libtard snowflakes fear this video. They truly do. But take a look. Here are the Trump golf highlights. See? This is real, chat. This is real. See? They hate him because they ain't him. Look at this. Look at that shot. See? Look at that. That's totally real. See? This is true. All right? Hole in one every single time. It's like, anyone remember that? Anyone remember the Kim Jong-un golfing game from when we were kids? Some YouTubers played it like 10 years ago. Remember that game where it's like you play as Kim Jong-un as the golfer, and every time he hits it, it's a hole-in-one? See, that's just a game. But in real life, we all know it is MAGA Patriot, our president, Donald Trump, that plays golf like that. And that is indeed a true story. But let's see what's going on here in the chat, folks. He's just that good. Wow. I know, right? I know. The liberals fear this video. They're going to try to fact check it. Snopes says it's not real. Fact check by PolitiFact. Misleading video shows Donald Trump scoring a hole-in-one every time. They fear the truth, okay? They can't handle the truth. A real Happy Gilmore of our time. It is so true. He is just that good. Exactly. Exactly. Real video. Is this good in golf? I have no idea. Well, you see, every time he swings, it goes in the hole. And the crowd cheers every single time. Okay? So, no, that is a real video. All right? It should be a campaign ad, frankly. You see this right here? You see this? It says, donate for a chance to meet President Trump. I say donate every time he hits a hole-in-one. Because that means we're going to have donations flying in every second. Hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay? Jim Eagle, more like Donald hole-in-one. This is so true. This is so true. And you see the crowd is dancing here, awaiting to see Trump destroy Joe Biden in the golf game live on stage. I'm told that is what's going to happen. So, anyways, they fear Trump. Snopes says Snopes is fake. So true. B. Martini says, love you, Vince. Love you too. Appreciate the support, everyone. Free market capitalism, communism, global. What is this going on? What are we talking about here, Romans? Kai Trump's Instagram went from 125K. Oh, wait. Chat? Is someone speaking?
This moment holds special significance as I'm about to become a father myself. Thank you. The nation my son is born into in December will be shaped by the choice we make this November. I saw my father's remarkable journey from relying on a small loan to becoming one of the country's most successful developers.
Small loan of $1 million for so bad.
Success comes from hard work, not handouts.
So true.
When I joined his business, I started at the bottom, literally, handling plumbing jobs and repairing sewage lines late at night in New York City. That's how he started.
Sorry, I was trying to post it. Hold on.
I vividly recall him spending New Year's Eve fixing a broken sewage tank with a bear of a man named Shecky. You see, they couldn't afford to call in a crew. They were the crew. Years later, Shecky was still by my dad's side, and he became my first boss. He once told me he would run through a wall for my dad because my dad never asked him to do anything that he wouldn't do himself. And that's exactly how my family feels about our dear friend, President Donald J. Trump. We have seen him stand shoulder to shoulder with the American people, time and again, even when it wasn't easy, even when he could be doing something else. Even after getting hit by live sniper fire, he stood with us, my fellow Americans, and that is why we stand with him. And you know what?
Our host is losing interest. I'm just listening. I can't listen to the speech. I'm just listening.
Guest of honor at my wedding at the beautiful Mar-a-Lago Club. The president tore up the dance floor until 3 in the morning with his signature moves. You guys know those moves.
So true. Come on, do the dance. Do the dance.
The essence of what my dad taught me: hard work, unwavering loyalty, and perseverance. That is the essence of Donald Trump. As long as we stand united with President Trump, it will remain the essence of the nation that my son and all of our children grow up in. God bless America, God bless Donald Trump, and God bless the greatest nation on earth.
Nah, you're watching him golf.
The United States of America.
Well, I'm sorry. It's very entertaining. Look how good he is.
To present my father, Stephen Witkoff.
Come on, do the dance. Do the dance. Actually, he has the other one that's like this.
Good evening, everybody. That song that you just heard was American Trilogy by Elvis. It was playing for a reason. A lot of people don't know this about my dear friend, President Trump, but he's a big music guy. And he's got a playlist, and
I
he's
knew
the
this.
DJ wherever he goes. See, I stand before you tonight, not just as a speaker, not just as someone who came up as a builder with the president in the world of real estate, but as someone who has had the profound privilege of calling President Donald J. Trump a true and dear friend for many, many years in good times and bad times. And of all the songs he has shared with me over the years, that is the song that best captures him, especially those words, "His truth is marching on."
So true. W reference, so true.
I thought of that song after my dear friend was shot a few days ago. I gave him a call. I expected to leave him a voicemail, so it surprised me when he answered the phone. His first words surprised me as well. He'd just come within an inch of his own life ending, but he picked up the phone and said, "Hi, Steve. I'm really glad you called. How are you? How are your kids?" It surprised me, but it shouldn't have. I know this man very well. President Trump is as kind and compassionate a man as I've ever met in my lifetime.
Many have said this. Many have said this.
I've seen the truth of President Trump, and it marches on with me tonight. I know that many here and watching at home have felt that kind of a connection with the president. It's real. I have never seen him refuse a question from somebody, decline a photo, or ignore someone's story or concerns. Everyone he meets gets a family member's embrace from him. I have felt that warmth so many times over the years. Just last week, I told the president about a moment I had with his 3 sons and how impressed I was with them. He looked at me with a wistful smile, blowing a kiss, and it was a special moment between us as fathers. When my dad fell gravely ill, President Trump didn't just send a note. He didn't just offer words of comfort. He showed up as he always does. He was there, treating my parents with kindness and respect.
What a guy.
Including my mom, who's 91 and here tonight dressed in red and is going to be voting for the president. Many Americans have only witnessed his leadership on TV, but I have seen his humanity in the quiet moments, away from the spotlight, in hospital rooms he didn't have to be in, where his presence brought real solace in a dark hour for my family and many other families. That's who he is. When times are really tough, when he's got everything to lose and nothing to gain, Donald Trump shows up and he's there for you. Thank you. When I lost my boy Andrew to an opioid overdose, the pain was unbearable. But as usual, Donald Trump showed up. After he became the President Trump, even amid all the responsibilities of his office, he reached out and invited me to speak about Andrew at a conference on opioids hosted by the First Lady, providing a platform to honor my son's memory.
Wow.
And when the day of the conference came, he went out of his way that day to come and put his hand on my shoulder and say, "Steve," as he led me up to the lectern, "tell the world about your boy." My boy was the best of us. Where we lived in New York City, a Trump building, 502 Park Avenue, there were 12 homeless people who stayed outside by the church next to the property. My son got to know them all. He fed them every evening. He became their friend. When he passed away, all 12 came to his funeral. He and President Trump shared something in common. My boy stood up for people, no matter which side of the train tracks they came from, exactly as the president does for everybody. Standing here today, I still feel my boy's hand on my shoulder. After Andrew passed away, I found myself clinging to my son's memory, even his things. His college ID is in my pocket right now. I wear his ring since he died. And I came today with his watch on. I kept his guitar too, and thought I would keep that guitar forever. But I gave it to my dear friend, Andrew's friend, and fellow music lover, Donald Trump.
Wow.
I wanted President Trump to have something with which to remember my son. President Trump didn't say something nice to me and put it in a closet somewhere. He put it right out front at his Trump International West Palm Beach property, where he and I both see it whenever we walk in and play, and where everyone who walks into that beautiful building sees it as well as an acknowledgement to my boy. A sacred tribute to a true friend who's gone, and a cause that remains opioid abuse. Thank you. Standing here today with my boy's hand on my shoulder, I know I'll never hear his music again. His mom and I can only hear the chords of memory now, and we will always hear them. But I know my dear friend, President Trump, hears them too. You don't see this man's reverence, his steady loyalty, his true empathy in the TV coverage. But this is the truth about President Trump, the man I have come to know and admire and love, a man whose truth is marching on. It is a dark hour for America, but there's nobody I trust more in this moment than this man. A man who in the darkest hours shows up, listens, cares, and always acts. The kind of man we need now to be the 47th President of the United States. Thank you.
So true.
May God bless you all. May God bless President Trump and his extraordinary wife and his wonderful family. And may God bless America. Thank you so much.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country.
Fantastic speech. Rest in peace to his son. Seemed like a great boy. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. That was a very good, powerful speech for sure. Very emotional. Okay, let's see what else is going on here in the live chat. Listen, Cluck Lord. What kind of name is Cluck Lord? Interesting choice in username there. But let's see here. What else do we got going on in the live chat? Let's see. I bet the 91-year-old mom has more cognitive ability than our current president. I think a lot of people still have more cognitive ability than our current president. I think Baby Dog has more cognitive ability than our president, okay? Imagine if Baby Dog was the president. You would have dog parks everywhere. Actually, he's a bulldog. He's fat and lazy. You would have, like, free steak, all right? You know the war on meat. Oh, they're trying to destroy Bill Gates, one synthetic meat. Baby Dog, you would have unlimited meat, unlimited bones in the grocery store. That's all that there would be. We would have a high trust society of good boys. You know, right now we have a low trust society of bad dogs. We're gonna have a high trust society of good dogs. He's gonna secure the fences to the dog parks. This is so true. He's gonna throw the bad pit bulls in the pound. This is the Baby Dog platform. Woof woof 2028.
Good evening, America. My name is Alina Habba, and I have had the great privilege of representing President Donald J. Trump. Now, I know you're all used to hearing me shouting outside a courthouse, but tonight, I want to take you behind the law and behind the headlines and share with you a side of President Trump that reveals his character, his kindness, and his commitment to saving this great country. As a devout Catholic, a proud first-generation Arab-American woman,
This is his lawyer, right?
feisty Jersey girl,
Or am I thinking the wrong person?
who is fed up with far-left corruption in Washington. President Trump championed my journey, empowering me to be who I became today. His unwavering support not only shaped my career, but has inspired other young women with big dreams. President Trump loves this country. He does. And he lifts up those around him. To my children, Luke.
It is his lawyer,
Chloe,
yes, okay.
And Parker. He's the man with one heck of a golf swing that lets them ride in a golf cart with some of the world's most famous golfers so they feel included in mom's job. And by the way, he can kick some of those guys' butts. Ben. To my husband, whose family members have survived the Holocaust, he is a champion of the Jewish faith. To my Iraqi parents, he is a mentor to their daughter. But to me, he is my friend. Not too long ago, a supporter shouted, "God bless you and President Trump," in the middle of Manhattan after one of our trials. Little did that man know that I was on the phone with the president himself. And he immediately asked me to pause, give the man my phone, and spent time speaking to him and thanking him for his support. Despite the lawfare and the politics, President Trump loves the American people and he loves this country. For decades, the Trump Organization transformed skylines and created thousands of jobs. His buildings and businesses are a testament to his commitment to excellence and his drive to turn dreams into reality. But his greatest construction project was yet to come. The left has tried to demolish President Trump, but there is no bulldozer big enough or strong enough to remove the legacy that he has built or the future he is creating. As the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump built a legacy of putting America first. And as the 47th president, he will build America stronger than ever for we, the people. As we stand on the brink of a new chapter in America's story, I am reminded of the country my family fled 4 decades ago. A place marked by religious persecution, oppression, and a lack of freedom. They came here because America is a beacon of liberty and opportunity. It is now our duty to protect the values that define us and keep this the greatest nation on earth. Amen. That's right. President Trump only strengthens our movement. The left's madness is only a sign of desperation. Sham indictments and baseless allegations will not deter us, because the only crime President Trump has committed is loving America. And America, we are winning. Outside of his family and our country, President Trump also has another love: music. A few years ago, he wanted me to hear a new song he had selected for an upcoming rally.
So true. Do the dance.
I could hear it blaring in the background at Mar-a-Lago.
This is a man's work. Watch.
He landed on a song called "Hold On, I'm Coming."
Yes. No, that's a good song though too. I like that one. Do the dance.
America, we no longer have to hold on. We just have to show up.
I kind of wish I went to the RNC, chat. I don't know.
If you're ready to end the Democrat destruction, and if you're eager to unleash the best America has to offer, then let's send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House in November. The future of America and the world is bright, and it begins with the unwavering spirit of each and every one of us. Because of the resilience
Vince,
and
when do
the
you speak?
leadership of my friend,
I don't know, 2032
President
I've been
Donald
told.
J. Trump.
2032.
So let us not forget that President Trump did not just take a bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania. He has and will continue to take them for each and every one of us. God bless President Trump. God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America.
So true. What? It's over. They cut the feed.
Together we will.
All right, chat. So there was the Trump lawyer giving her speech. It is currently 8:28. So I'd say about an hour or an hour and a half before Trump is about to give a speech. I'd say about 10 p.m., right? It goes till 11, most likely. But I don't know. You know, knowing Trump, he might leave us waiting like an hour. You know, it's just going to be like, it'll be 1 a.m. He's going to come on the stage. Everyone's going to be watching. So true. But let's take a look here. Vivek is clearly the new breakout star of this election cycle. He was, but I will say, so look, I know there's some hot takes on this. Some people said that the speech last night from Vance was so low energy. I don't know why I keep like talking like Trump. But I really thought Vance's speech last night was very solid, right? It was powerful. People said it was low energy. You guys don't understand. Like, first of all, it's supposed to be disarming, right? What did you want him to do? Go out there and scream? That wouldn't have been very smart. Listen, the media the entire past 24 hours has basically been saying that Vance is like a crazy, authoritarian Catholic theocrat, all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. So in that moment, you want to be disarming, right? That's your kind of like your first chance to speak to the American people. You want to seem humble. You want to seem reserved, real, calm. I didn't think it was boring at all. I just thought it was humble, right? It was a humble speech. But I honestly was pleasantly impressed by the Vance speech last night. I thought it doubled down really in many ways on the populism, right, that won Trump the election in 2016, and something we don't really hear from a lot of Republicans, right? Maybe that's why some people didn't like the substance of the speech. Is like they're not used to hearing it because it's not just about socialism or big government or something, right? It tells that Rust Belt, Midwestern populist story that, like I said, when you go back to Trump's original 2016 campaign, a lot of it was about, right? And I think in Vance, you heard a speech last night that, think back, right? If you go back and watch the speeches from 2016, if you don't believe me, that really understands what the Trump revolution was about, really from the beginning. So I thought he made a strong case out there. Frankly, I think most of the people who didn't like the speech are like terminally online. You're plugged so much into the politics. I think a lot of real Americans out there, especially in Vance's part of the country, right, especially in the Rust Belt, they heard a very relatable story, I think, in many ways, and an inspirational story. And as of now, I would say he's the 2028 front runner after that speech. I mean, things can change. I'm not here to endorse him or anyone for 2028. I think it's way too long away. We got to see who runs, right, etc. But, I was very impressed by Vance last night. I will say that. And really, some of you guys who don't like him because of this or that, I think if you remove your biases about him and just listen to the speech for what it was, most people would agree. And that's what the polling on the speech has shown. I think it's just like the Vance derangement syndrome crowd that just, it sucks. It was boring. It's like, okay, you know, I mean, I thought it was certainly one of the better speeches of the whole RNC, like, in my opinion, you know? Daniel says, do you think Vivek would be a great AG? He's not a bad pick. I really think the AG should be, though, like Ken Paxton or something, you know? Someone with experience in the law, how to handle all that stuff. And Ken Paxton was sitting in Trump's booth, I think the first night or something. So I think it should be that. Vivek, I say some type of policy position, right? I don't know what it will be. Secretary of so-and-so or chief of staff or something. I think that's the best role for him. I think, again, my favorite to be Trump's AG right now is definitely Paxton out of Texas. He's been very good. He's very solid, you know? So, yeah, let's take a look here. I fully endorse Donald J. Trump. So true. So true. Vince, all we know is that you need to be at the 2028 RNC. Yeah, that's the plan. Hopefully by then we have a booth. You know, that was my big thing is like, what is going on here? Everyone is grooving. I was like, if I stay home, I could stream and make content. And if I go to the RNC, I don't know if I'd have the booth, right? The booth. You need the booth. We call it a booth. All right, you set up your camera there. No, but, you know, this is so true. Adam says I'm sus of Ken Paxton. What, he just sus of everyone? I mean, you break him down, he's like one of the most solid attorney generals in the country. So, I mean, he's fought big on border security. That's his big thing. He like sued Biden for every move relating to the border. They tried to take him out. They tried to impeach him because the Rhino neocon Bush connected Speaker of the House was there. You know, he defeated George P. Bush in that primary, literally. Like, I think, you know, Ken is a solid guy. Ken is a solid guy. Do you go live a lot or just rarely? It depends. I mean, nowadays I try to reserve the lives for like important events, but I don't know. I've been thinking of doing like a live show once a week, but I don't know. They usually don't do as much to like grow the channel or, you know, get eyeballs as the videos. That's why I focus more on videos these days. But I don't know. I'm thinking like maybe Sundays or something, Thursday. I don't know. Some day of the week we might do a weekly stream at this point, but the thing is, really, I'm hoping like once I graduate college, we'll get a studio or something like formal that we can do a actual podcast out of. We can have guests, we can have a producer, we can have a co-host and stuff. And so in the future, hopefully we have like very professional lives, I guess I would say. It's kind of the goal. It's kind of the goal. I think Vivek would go after the Dems, though. I think Ken Paxton would too. I don't know. I mean, I would complain if Vivek is the attorney general. I'm just making a suggestion. I think, you know, the sitting one right now of Texas already has experience on that front. So, you know, let's take a look here. You would not believe how much the networks pay for broadcasting suites and venue access. It is astronomical. No, I know. That's why, oh, by the way, guys, did you see Chen got trolled at the RNC this year, right? 2016 is so back, okay? It's a tradition at this point. Everyone knows that famous video from 2016 with Alex Jones. He's like, I got the Bill Clinton shirt. It says rape. And Chen is like, get off the stage. This is my show. This is my show, Alex, not your show. Roger Stone, you're a liar. And then Anna Kasparian's like, get the F off the stage. Get the F off the stage. But it happened again. Okay, that's how I know we're back. That's how I know we're going to win this election. Because Cenk Uygur got trolled at the RNC, which of course didn't happen in 2020 for obvious reasons. But apparently this time Alex Stein, did you guys see this video? He steps in front of the camera really quickly, like he's just messing around. He steps in front of the camera as Piers Morgan is live with Cenk. And Cenk is literally like, these lunatic Republicans. But hold on, is this Tucker Carlson, chat? Oh, all right. Tucker Carlson is live. Hold on. Let me go full screen for this one.
Oh, this is wild.
Let's go.
Thank you.
All right, I'll shut up for this speech.
Good to see you. Thank you. I feel like I know about half the people in the room. This is wild. What are you doing? Justin Wells. Thank you, guys. Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee, or a former president, or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference. I've spent most of my life in Washington, where the president is at the top of the pyramid. Everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett-Packard. It doesn't mean she is. It's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true, is a fact, that you could take, I don't know, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president. No, you could. I'm just saying theoretically possible. With enough cheating, that could happen. But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader is the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, I think it changed him. He reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run. And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years? Really? Not a word about himself? About his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure? This is the irresponsible person? No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen. So the question is, where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think
the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah, our bloodiest war. More than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No, that's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate, and particularly on Saturday in Butler. I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this, actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. I wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up, hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through, I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed, whoa. And the first thing he says is, I'm gonna stand guard outside your house.
And she goes, oh, it's just so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love. And I'll just stop with this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say, I'm on God's side, or God's with me, or even I'm with God. I want to be, not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us right now. And I think that's enough. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Golf General Manager, Trump National Doral, Carrie
Amazing
Chamasco
speech.
Ruiz.
Amazing speech, chat. We love to see it. Do you guys like this camera more or this one more?
I'm not sure.
Let me know in the chat.
I'm not sure how
I have
follow
both of these.
Tucker.
Yeah,
But I'm
they're
gonna
like,
give it a
screw
go.
her. Putting her after Tucker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carrie Ruiz, and like some people on this stage this evening, I am not a politician. I am not a public figure. I'm a mom of 3 and a woman of faith who's been fortunate to work side by side with Donald Trump and his amazing family. "12 years ago, the Trump Organization purchased the iconic Doral Golf Resort after so many companies tried and failed to create a world-class golf experience, all while turning a profit. With his keen eye for business and uncanny ability
It's a
to
great
make
hotel, by the way.
things better, Donald Trump got to work. He poured hundreds of millions of dollars and his own sweat and tears into the property. He had a hand in virtually everything, and no detail was too small. He didn't just change the carpet or apply a fresh coat of paint. He stripped this legendary resort to its core and rebuilt it the right way. He did the hardest things to make it great again.
She's the manager at the
He also built
Doral.
up the resort's people. Thank you, boss. He empowered us. He listened to us, all of us, and he still does. No matter your role, he asks questions. He wants different opinions. He never demands more of us than he is willing to give. He is as generous as he is brave. And to those who work for him, he provides unwavering support. When he promoted me to the resort's golf general manager position, it was an out-of-the-box choice in a historically male-dominated industry. I am not a golf professional. I cannot break 90 yet. But none of that mattered to President Trump. He looks at things differently. He welcomes the unconventional. And I am proud to be among the countless women he's promoted to leadership positions.
Where's Barron Trump? We need the Barron Trump speech.
The simple truth is, no one can match President Trump's vision and unrelenting drive to make things better.
So true, though. So true.
He did it at Doral. He did it as president.
Jeez, with
he
the golf
will
again.
do it again.
Do you need me to play the golf highlights, Daniel? I will do it again.
May
Where are
God
they?
continue to bless President Trump, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Yeah, where's we need Barron. Come on.
This is the final battle.
Oh, this ad is cool. We'll play this ad.
We will demolish the deep state. We will expel
Bring out the clip again? All right.
from our government. We will drive out the global.
This is the face he makes before he makes those highlights, by the way. You guys ready? You guys ready? This is Trump at the National Doral in Miami. Have dog parks everywhere. Actually, he's a bulldog. Oops. There we go. So true. Oh! Hey! Oh! Hey!
You know what I'm talking about?
If they're playing music, you know what that means? Let's watch some more Trump golf highlights. Let's do it. Everyone make the Wii Sports sounds. Oh! Hey! Oh! Hey! Hole in one. Dun, 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 dun. So true, chat. So just so true. So true. Real video, by the way. Haters will say it's fake. The liberals will say it's fake. So real. So real. Concerts will continue until morale improves. Yes, concerts and Trump golf highlights will continue until morale improves. So real. So true. Barron is a legit giant. I'm telling you, we need Barron Trump speaking at the RNC, okay? He should introduce his father. It's real, all right? That boy is going to be the president. Some have said more than the president. Some have said more than the president in about 20 years, okay? Let him have his moment. He has it. He has the it factor. You know, it's funny. All the Barron Trump memes aside, I watched an old interview. This is from 2016. They interviewed Trump's old butler, right? And Trump's old butler said he was around. He helped raise like all of, you know, Trump's kids. He said Barron is the most like Donald. Like he has the most Donald like alpha personality of all the Trump kids. So, you know, and then look at the man he's grown into. This is true. This is true. All I know is this. All I know is this, okay? All you better be nice to Barron Trump because he might do something in 20 years. Okay, I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Many have said this. Many have made comparisons to certain history in the Roman Empire. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Something to consider. Something to consider. Okay? That's all I have to say about that. But, oh, look at this guy. This guy's grooving. So true. So this is all to say we need the Barron Trump speech. Okay? We need it right now. We need it right now. Many are waiting. A. Moran says more golf. Pleasure to oblige you, sir. Let's watch this again. All right, here are the Trump golf highlights. So true. Many have said this. Many have said this. Oh, there's another speech. Okay.
All right. I grew up in the small town of Mount Airy, North Carolina. North Carolina. Like my parents.
Why is it so quiet?
And my
Hold on.
grandparents,
Oh, that's why.
I was a lifelong member of the Democrat Party. Don't worry, the story gets better from here. After completing a degree in criminal justice, I started a career working with the North Carolina Department of Corrections. I left my job in the criminal justice system to work for Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District to engage our youth before they got stuck in the system. It didn't take long for me to realize that public schools are a part of the problem. Sadly, too many of our schools are more like prisons than places of learning. That must change. In one
Yes, you missed
public
Tucker, Dan.
high school,
It was like 2
I
speeches before this.
witnessed a full-blown riot. I saw many violent altercations between students and physical attacks on staff. During my 14 years working with the Department of Public Safety, offenders never laid a hand on me. Yet, I was violently assaulted by a group of students in a public high school. The uptick in school violence was related to an Obama-Biden policy that directed schools
Thanks, Obama.
to reduce suspension rates and keep dangerous students in the classroom.
Thanks, Obama. Can we get a thanks, Obama, in chat, as usual?
President Trump reversed the Obama policy and put the safety of our kids first. Violence on public school campuses should not be a Democrat issue. It should not be a Republican issue. It is an American people issue. Sadly, I've repeatedly seen that the Democrat Party cares more about appeasing the teachers union than they do about prioritizing the needs of our kids. They champion safe spaces instead of safe schools. This is completely wrong. Little by little, I began to see the truth. While Democrats spend more money on a broken system, Republicans are empowering parents and fighting for school choice. While Democrats think school resource officers are a threat to our students, Republicans know that they protect our kids. While Democrats won't admit that our schools are failing, Republicans will fix the system and make our schools safe.
This is an underratedly important speech. Like, a lot of people are,
That's why this year,
a lot of parents complain about this from where I grew up.
Life, I am registered as a Republican. Thank you. Thank you. And in November, I will proudly cast my vote for Donald J. Trump.
So true. So true. Woo!
Only together we can make America's schools great again. Thank you, and God bless America.
Yeah, no, the subject matter there, like I said, underratedly important. You know, the school district that I went to when I was a kid, and it was pretty bad when I was a kid. I mean, it was LA, but now they have this like no suspension policy where like if you suspend, you can't expel students, and if you suspend students, you get in trouble. So you'll have kids like literally like fight each other, or they even assault the administrators or the teachers or something, and they can't even suspend them for it. It's crazy. Like, it's like, oh, you need to take them to restorative justice. Oh, let's just sit them down and have a therapy session. Yeah, that's why they beat the crap out of their teacher, is because they just need restorative justice. You know, maybe things aren't going so good at home. No, maybe they beat the crap out of the teacher because they know they can get away with it, or they don't belong in a normal school, you know? Maybe they belong in, I'm just saying. So, a lot of people who maybe like have been out of school or they don't have kids might overlook that, but I'm telling you that the subject matter there is actually important, I think, to a lot of people, a lot of parents especially. And that's just something I'll tell you that I relate to, because I grew up in a school district like that where it's just anarchy, fights all the time, you know. And I heard stories of it too, right? Literally, like people, I heard stories of like teachers getting beaten so bad by students they went to the hospital, and guess what? The student comes to school the next day. It's total insanity, right? You have examples where that happens, and they have school police, but the police can't arrest the kid. You just assaulted someone, right? It's not like a playground fight. It's like you have this like 7th or 8th graders sometimes that, you know, hits puberty early. They're mature. Like they have like the muscle mass of a 18-year-old, you know, again, like early puberty, whatever, wailing on this teacher, you know? And, but no suspension, right? Police can't arrest them. Like, it's assault. It's straight up assault, you know? I don't know what degree, but it's totally assault and battery. No, but guys, he just needs a therapy session, right? That's what he needs. That's why he literally almost beat someone to death. He beat like a female teacher to death. He just needs therapy, guys. Okay? Vince, punishing kids for assault is racist. Yeah, I know. You can't do that. No, why would you throw a kid in juvenile hall? That's racist, even though he beat the crap out of his teacher. No. And it's like, you know, people say, oh, that's not good for kids. Guys, they have to learn the lesson at some point, okay? Would you rather they learn it when they're young? You know, because maybe you send them to juvie, they'll learn a lesson. You know, there's some kids are just like basically destined to be criminals and they're going to get out and do it again, sure. But at the very least, give them a scare when they're young, right? Teach them that authority is real. The police are real. You're not allowed to do this. Because guess what? If they go their whole juvenile life getting away with it, like just beating the crap out of people, being violent, beating up teachers, stealing stuff, all this whatnot, what's going to happen when they turn 18? Oh, well, we wanted to give the kid a second chance. Well, you really didn't do that, because he's going to turn 18, he's going to kill someone, and then he's going to be in prison for life, right? And you could have tried to teach him the tough lesson when he was younger, before he had the full capacity to, you know, destroy his life as an adult, but you didn't even take the chance, right? And again, I'm not saying that like for everyone that works, but at least try to teach them a lesson when they're young, so that way, maybe, you know, sometimes I would say even if 50% of the time it like teaches them a lesson, right? It teaches them to wise up or whatever, you know? That's 50% less violent criminals in the future. Even if it's 25%, even if it's 10%, you know? Sometimes you just need to teach people that authority is real. And, you know, obviously you have repeat offenders. Obviously you have a lot of people who are just straight up violent. But if it teaches someone a lesson, you know what? That's one less criminal on the streets in the future. You know? I don't know. That's the way I see it. Can you raid? What are you talking about? Who the heck is Can? I don't even know what you're talking about. What is this Kid Rock's Boys 10 doing? I don't know what he's talking about. What does Can you raid even mean? What? I don't know what's going on. You can't save everyone. Some kids do not belong in mainstream school. No, exactly. It's like, it's insane. Like, you can have a kid who's going around, you know, maybe he's a big kid. He's beating everyone up. He's beating up random kids. He's beating up the teachers. But we can't kick him out of school because that would be racist. Just like, unbelievable, chat. Absolutely unbelievable. But Tucker, I keep doing that. I keep biting my tooth for some reason. But Tucker certainly gave a great speech, I thought. Where was it? Yeah. Actually, we'll talk about that later in a sec. I'm just going to do my own video on the Tucker speech. But last note on this front. This is all just to say that was an underrated speech for sure. Because a lot of random parents out there, some of whom might be Democrats, right? They might listen to that speech and say, huh, you know, I don't like Trump, but the interesting point she made, because that's so true. So, America first means American first. So true. So true, random sign. But let's take a look at Twitter, and let me see if there's any new news on Biden, because you heard all the smoke screens today, and now they're saying he's going to stay in, and let's see. Apparently, according to Biden's wins, Hillary Clinton is telling donors to stick with Biden. She's never wrong. She's never... This Biden account tweeted, she's never wrong. Oh, yeah, Hillary Clinton. I need to reply to this right now. Hillary Clinton has never been wrong in her life. So true. It has to be parody. It really does have to be a parody account. You know, that's crazy to think about. You have Obama against you. You have Pelosi against you. You have Schumer against you. The only major Democrat with clout in the party is Hillary Clinton, who has a lifelong career of losing elections. So the fact that she's the only Democrat in the leadership circle still sticking with Biden, not good news for Biden, in my opinion. But all right, Brandon Crespin for the $5. Thank you very much. Says, perfect MAGA for me over the next 20 years. Trump to Vance to Vivek. Those three could be a modern day Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, but for the modern day. Thank you for the 5, Brendan Crespin, and I certainly hope that our movement lasts that long. But yes, certainly. Thank you for the 5, and it is so true. You know, prior to last night, I really thought the Republican Party was in trouble after Trump, because a lot of people say, oh, once Trump is out of the way, it'll be easy. But the thing is, people don't understand our base. People don't understand that the new Republican electorate these days is a low propensity voter turnout. And that's why the midterms happen, for instance. That's why, like, the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, we lost by 10. That's why a lot of these abortion referendums keep going in the pro-choice favor in, like, deep red states and stuff. So, you know, for a while, I've had this opinion that, like, Trump is the only guy who can get people to turn out to vote. And no one else can go to, like, rural Michigan and, you know, appeal to people. But when Vance gave that speech last night, I said, look, maybe this party really does have a hope after Trump, because, you know, it's one thing to have just a solid Republican. It's another to have someone who can actually go and appeal to the Trump base and get them to actually show up to vote. That's very rare. But maybe with, you know, some of these people we're seeing starting to emerge, it is possible. So I think good news for the future of the GOP that we learned last night. And maybe that's part of the brilliance of the Vance pick that some people don't understand quite yet. Maybe you'll understand one day. Maybe one day you'll understand. Okay. But this is true. Y'all hear Biden may drop out this weekend? Yes. That's why I'm scrolling on Twitter right now, because I'm trying to see if there's any updates. I don't think there's any updates though. But oh, my friend Gabe met Tucker Carlson. That's pretty cool. It's pretty epic. The Hill is reporting that, quote, well-connected Democrats expect President Biden to make a major announcement after the conclusion of the RNC. It's also being reported that Gavin Newsom and Whitmer have turned down the offer for being on Kamala Harris's ticket. So we did bring that up, but for those of you just joining our stream, you know, just some news for you guys, although who knows. Montana Democrat Senator John Tester just called on Biden to withdraw from the presidential race, and Tester is calling for an open convention. So that is big news. I mean, obviously Tester is in a state where he shouldn't even be elected, right? He's a Democrat senator in a red state, so I don't know if that's even necessarily the biggest news or the biggest deal in the world, but hey, you now have senators right now openly saying that Biden needs to drop out, so that is very interesting. Let's see what else is going on here in the news. Oh, Hulk Hogan. Sorry, I can't speak. Hulk Hogan did an interview with, what is this, Fox News? Let's take a listen. He is reportedly going to be speaking before Trump. So, let's see. Let me tell you something, brother. If you don't vote for Trump. All right, let's take a listen. This is Hulk Hogan.
Speak to him. I can't wait. This is going to be like body slamming the giant at WrestleMania.
So true, brother.
Why are you here? Well, Brett, I got tired of remaining silent. I sat
MAGA Mania is going to run wild on you, brother.
And watched the borders collapse. I watched the economy collapse. I watched the price of gas, the price of food, everything just do an upside down flip. And when they took a shot at my hero, Donald Trump, I realized that I couldn't be silent anymore. I had to step up. I had to be a real American, just like all these real Americans here in Donald Trump. I have a voice too, and I want people to know it's time to talk. It's time not to be silent anymore.
It's MAGA Mania, brother. Let me tell you something. All right, this is true. This is gonna be like when Hulk Hogan fought the communist at WrestleMania that one time. This is that election, okay? We have communist Joe Biden versus real American patriot Hulk Hogan. Okay. The leg drop is coming. Few are ready for this. Okay? We need to have Hulk Hogan fight a communist on the stage, okay? It'll be a Falls Count Anywhere match, okay? Anywhere on the RNC floor, you can get a pin. So, the American people are ready for this. We need to see this, all right? Hulk Hogan is going to walk out with a Biden flag, and he's going to rip it like the shirt, okay? You're not ready for this speech, brother. Let me tell you something. What is the music? We want Hulk Hogan. All right, we need Hulk Hogan on the stage. We need Brock Lesnar, okay? Everyone knows Brock Lesnar is probably a real Trump supporter. This is true, all right? Dwayne Johnson probably is as well, but he's too scared. He's like, I don't want to talk about it because I might get my career in jeopardy. Oh. Doesn't matter what you think. This is true, okay? But we need the WWE caucus, all right? Because behind the scenes, a lot of those guys are conservative, or at least Republican. It's like, it's sort of the culture, right? So we need this, all right? I want Goldberg to come out of the WWE, the RNC. So true. There's a lot. The concert right now is pretty long, so I think they're waiting on Trump now to probably come out, I would think, right? Because I'm sure Dana and Hulk are going to come out. Which, let me just say, okay? It's cool that they're giving a speech, but why are they the ones to introduce Trump? I don't know. It would be cool if it were like the incumbent president, like 2020 or something, but I don't know. It's like Trump just survived assassination. Don't you want sort of a heartwarming or a touching speech to introduce him? I don't know. That's just me, right? I think you should move the Dana White speech to something earlier and have, I don't know, someone in Trump's family or Tucker Carlson or someone like that. I thought even yesterday, the speech with the Afghanistan Gold Star moms or the World War II veteran, those could have been speeches to introduce Trump, honestly. It should have been something like that. Because I said this on night one, and by the way, I'm not trying to be too critical. I think the RNC, the past 3 days, has been a lot better. The first night was whatever. Last 3 days, pretty solid stuff. But, I think really, especially considering the current moment and what just happened on Saturday, the RNC should be something that is, in many ways, emotional, right? It should pull on people's heartstrings. It should bring people to tears. It should be one of those types of conventions, right? But ultimately sell hope, sell inspiration at the end of the tunnel. And, that's just all to say. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know if Dana White, yeah, it's cool, but should he be the guy introducing Trump at this current moment? I don't know. I feel like you could go with something better thematically, but it is what it is, all right? It is what it is. We'll have Hulk Hogan. He's gonna do the leg drop on the communists on the stage, and then we will be back. Okay, we will be back. Wait, hold on. What song are they playing? Don't tell me. Okay, people are doing the guitar. I was like, are they playing Hulk Hogan's theme song? Because that would have been funny. Jawmaster for $2, thank you very much, says, let's have Hulk Hogan fight Destiny. Thank you for the $2. In a sanctioned match. Okay, YouTube, I mean, we're talking about in a sanctioned, legal sporting event match. But that would be interesting. That would definitely be an interesting spectacle to see. Okay? We have the real American versus the real, I don't know, cuck? I don't know. It'll be Hulkamania versus Cuckamania. If you are ready for this. If you are ready for this. All right? What would Destiny's finisher even be? Is he just gonna like, I feel like that's the Destiny finisher. Like that's not even a match. Okay, that's not even a match. I feel like Hulk needs one arm tied behind his back in that ring in order for that to even be possible. You know? I'm bummed the Elon Musk rumors turned out to be untrue. Yeah, I know. Maybe one of the rallies though, right? Maybe at a certain Trump rally, maybe Elon comes out. But let's see. What was Daniel saying? Why are you in California? Move to America, brother. I don't live in California anymore. I grew up there. That's where I grew up. But you know what? There are still a lot of American patriots in California. Okay, we're just outnumbered. You know, in raw numbers, California has the most Republicans in the country, like 30 million or something. It's just there's more Democrats, obviously. Alex Brewer for $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Folks, if you want to super chat right now, it would be a good time because we are in intermission, as you can see. But this guy is shredding it on the drum set. Look at this guy. Look at this guy right here. So true. So true. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Trump could enter a rally in a Cybertruck? Never. If he does that, I'm voting for Biden. Okay? I'm voting for Biden. That's a joke. But in all seriousness, Donald Trump, this is what people need to understand, okay? The whole, like, you know who belongs in a Cybertruck? Vivek, right? Vivek is like and JD Vance, sure. Vivek is like the millennial, like, sort of like tech bro, new age populism, whatever. Donald Trump is a V8 guy, okay? Donald Trump pulls up in the Cadillac. Donald Trump would pull up in the Ford truck or like the freaking Camaro or something, okay? We're going to save the V8. Screw these electric cars. Not happening under my watch, okay? I appreciate the support of Elon Musk, but we still do not stand with Tesla, all right? Under the watch of President Trump, we're going to bring back every American muscle car. The trucks right now that are like $100,000. You look at the cost of these new trucks. It's called MSRP. We call it MSRP. It's completely disgraceful. It's completely out of control. And this is the result of Joe Biden's radical far left communist policies. And this is so true, though. This is so true. Okay. Call me old school. Okay. But I don't think conservatism should stand with the electric vehicles, even if it's Tesla. All right. Frankly, I can't stand to see it. Oh, I bought a Tesla because I support Elon Musk. No, you are contributing to the green revolution when you do that. You don't understand. Yes, Elon, cool. I support him. I wish him the best. But I will never support Tesla. This is not happening. All right, anyways. Rickety for $5, thank you very much, says, as someone who used to live in California, I would have to see Newsom's face on national TV. I will puke. This is very true. Thank you for the $5, Rickety. And congratulations on getting out, I guess. Congratulations. Joseph for $5 says, do you think Joe Rogan is a coward for refusing to have Trump on his podcast? Especially now he talks like a Republican, but is fearful of being labeled. I'm not going to say Joe is a coward, but yeah, I definitely am like, why aren't you bringing him on the podcast? You know, I think it's long overdue. I think Joe is probably thinking he doesn't want to get too involved, too controversial. It's like, dude, Joe, everyone knows you're a Republican right now, okay? Everyone knows you're voting for Trump. It's not going to make a big difference at this point. Logan Paul, look at Logan Paul. Okay, Logan Paul used to be one of the biggest liberal shills on like mainstream YouTube. You know, he did a whole speech in 2020 America's racist. I have white privilege. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. And even he interviewed Trump, right? So I think that, and did he get, like, nobody even said anything. That tells you a lot about where the culture is now. Nobody even said anything when Logan Paul interviewed Trump. I think cancel culture in many ways has swung back pendulum-wise, and so I don't know what Joe is even afraid of. But even on top of that, it's like, dude, everyone knows Joe Rogan is voting for Trump. So why even try to hide it, right? Everyone knows. You'll get best ratings. It will be one of the highest rated. We call it ratings. Okay, we call it ratings, highest rated Joe Rogan experience in history. So I don't know what he's waiting on. You got to do it, man. You got to do it. Next month it should be a thing. Electric vehicles are worse for the environment than V8 engines. Exactly. If you don't believe me, look up a picture of a lithium mine. Tell me, yeah, we're really saving the environment by doing that. Wow. I'm such a humanitarian, liberal climate change activist. I support having kids in the Congo work in literal slavery to build my car. I'm such a good guy, you know. Let's take a look here. Hell yeah, bruv. V8 pure petrol engine. So true. That's why my Camaro SS will never be relinquished. Okay, people make fun of me because I don't daily it. Look, I live in a very dense urban environment right now. That's why it's very difficult to daily. But one day it will become my daily whenever I move out of here and live somewhere with like a little more space, you know. Let's take a look here. Vance needs to pull up in the General Lee. My disappointment would be immense if he didn't. Okay, in fairness, Vance is from Ohio, okay? Like, you can't exactly pull that off, okay? You know, pull up in the General Lee. I guess Kid Rock does it. He did a General Lee Cybertruck, and I didn't know how to feel about it. Because on one hand, I wanted to be like, yeah, Kid Rock, General Lee. And on the other hand, I wanted to be like, why are you in a Cybertruck? Like, this so... I want a 1969 Dodge Charger, though, okay? We're gonna get one. One day we're gonna get one. This is true. Vince is part of the Camaro gang. Yes, I am. Car is difficult to drive, though. I will tell you that. I don't know how some people... Like, there's some people I know who own Camaros that are not great drivers, and I'm like... I am terrified for you in that vehicle, okay? The visibility is just... I'm still getting used to it, right? It's like driving a tank where, you know, the tank you can only see like right here. That's what it's like driving a Camaro. It's narrowest windshield ever. The things on the side of the window, I swear they're like 8 meters long. You know, they're so big. And then on top of that, my back window is tinted. Okay, so. It literally like changing lanes is like the Family Guy, like, good luck everybody else. Okay, I'm going too much now. Good luck everybody else. That's what it's like driving a Camaro. It's true. What year? I got a 14. I have the 2012, so I have a generation before that. I don't know if on the newer cars it's a little easier. I'd have to assume so. But that, like, is it the 5th gen, I think, right? The one after is the 6th. Chat! He's back! He made 2 entrances in one night. This is legendary. What, did he go to the bathroom? Is that what this is? Like, he took a bathroom break, came right back? Dean Peterson, that is awesome. What happened? Why did you get rid of it? How do you get rid of a car like that? Is that Kai? I think that's Kai. I feel like during the speech, he should just rip the bandage off and be like, they couldn't kill me. Many men. Yes! Yes! Let's go! Let's go! So true. The WWE kids. We are living right now. So true. Mega Mania, brother! Come on, bring that. Bring what's his name, Sergeant Slaughter. When he like betrayed America during the Gulf War. We need Sergeant Slaughter. All right, they're gonna fight on the stage. Mania, brother. Let's go.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Let's go.
You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe
this is so meta right now.
That no good stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother.
So true.
And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together.
Let's
real
go.
American at a time, brother.
So true, brother.
You know something? I've
you would
seen
have
some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage.
Rest in peace.
But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans.
You know, Trump is so stuck in the 80s mentally, but it's awesome.
You know,
like, it's not corny, it's just cool.
Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the President of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again.
This is so meta. Like, this is just great.
You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero?
Yeah!
And they tried to kill the next president of the United States. Enough!
Let's go!
Yeah! Let Trumpomania run wild, brother! Let Trumpomania rule again! Let Trumpomania make America
Yes, yes,
great again.
yes, yes, yes. Let's go. Dude, people are going to make fun of this speech so much, but this is awesome. RJ says this is the only pandering I want. So true.
You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent.
So true, brother.
I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald
Meme magic
Trump
is
for
back,
over
so true.
35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. I just had a flashback, man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump.
Let's go.
And you know something? He's gonna win in November, and we're all gonna be champions again when he wins.
He said he wasn't speaking as Hulk Hogan, and then he started speaking as Hulk Hogan.
I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again.
Let's go. They have what? Howard Stern? We have Hulk Hogan. Screw you guys. Our celebrity caucus is literally cooler than theirs. Who do they have? Oh, Alyssa Milano. Oh, Joy Behar. We have Hulk Hogan, brother.
You know, guys, over
Shut
my
up.
career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts.
So true. Trumpomania, brothers.
You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump.
Yeah, they have Jack Black,
You know, guys,
homeless
I really,
loser.
really love this country. And
We
I
have Hulk
live the
Hogan, brother.
American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother?
They're gonna be like, that was an incitement to violence.
God
Watch,
bless you.
watch.
And thank you.
So true, brother. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and President
was
of
meme magic.
Samaritan's Purse, the Reverend Franklin Graham.
Really quickly, Brandon Romero for 10 says, with Biden stepping down, are you disappointed? I don't know if Biden's going to step down. They just said that it wasn't going to happen. But anyway, here's what? Franklin Graham, I think they said? Okay. Yes, we are back. Thank you for the 5, Republican thinker. We're back. Let's go, brother.
I've got the hardest job tonight. I have to follow Hulk Hogan. But
So
I stand
true.
here tonight as a private citizen who loves this country. I've been asked to say a few words and then to pray, and we're going to do that. Last Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania, President Trump had a near-death experience. No question. But God spared his life.
True.
And when we go through those experiences, it changes us. It can cause us to examine our lives and to reevaluate our priorities, as you should. When President Trump rose from that platform, he rose with his fist raised in strength, showing America his unshakable resolve to fight for them in this nation.
Yep.
I cannot explain why God would save one life and allow another one to be taken.
Yep.
I don't have the answer for that. But one thing I do know is that God loves us, and he wants us to be with him in heaven one day.
Yep.
And that's through faith in his son, Jesus Christ. You see, the Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shouldn't perish but should have everlasting life. For as long as I've known the President Trump, I've found him to be a man of his word. Things that he said he'll do, he did. When he told me and our country in 2016 that he was going to appoint conservative justices, guess what? He did. In 2016, he said he would defend religious liberty, and guess what? He did. In 2019, I was with him at the United Nations when the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious liberty worldwide. When American citizen and Pastor Andrew Brunson was being held in a Turkish jail on false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released. And he applied economic pressure and sanctions until they did that.
You think Biden would do that? You think he would?
And thankful for what he did as a 45th president of the United States. And I know that as the 47th president, he will keep his word to the American people to make America great once again. It's an honor for me to be asked to pray for Donald Trump this evening. And so what I'd like us to pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them. Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come from you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump, that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Ulsa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending life. As your word instructs, we also pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or independent. We know that all authority comes from you. You are a great God, and we ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
Amen. Look, he's sleeping. I know, they're going to say that again. Was he? I wasn't looking. Let's see. What did he have his eyes closed? Let's see. Yeah, they're definitely running with it again.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future.
Where's Barron? We want to see Barron.
My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump.
Look at him with his grandkids. Aw. Barron is grinding Fortnite. So true.
Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling. Jobs were scarce. Our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten. Our military was in shambles. Our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty, but he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again.
So true.
But he also created a movement that threatened the special interests in the political elites, a movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats funded by special interest groups and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives. Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring, interest rates are crippling, everything is unaffordable. The US dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system. And we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge, as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it.
So true. So true.
To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing, I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will.
Yeah.
To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them. To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again. And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way. To all Americans watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first. Our children will understand family, our children will have values, and our children will love God.
So true.
Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump. Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you, a journey to save the greatest country on earth, a journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived.
He's teary-eyed, chat. He's teary-eyed.
You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
Good speech. Good speech, guys. Good speech. All right, folks. It is 10:05 p.m. I believe we are awaiting Dana White. And oh wait, is this Dana White right here? What's going on? I think they said Dana White's going to introduce Trump. I'm not sure. I feel like that Eric speech could have done it, but, you know. But of all people, Dana White is giving the introduction speech, so let's see how that goes, right? I mean, but look, folks, ultimately, the decision comes down to this, all right? They have Jack Black, we have Hulk Hogan. Let me show you the picture side by side to draw the contrast here. All right, people need to understand what, by the way, Melania Trump is in the building. I know people keep asking, where's Melania? Where's Melania? Melania's here, okay? Oh, they're getting divorced. Okay. But where's that picture? Here it is, okay? This is the difference. So whose side are you on? All right? Are you on the side of homeless looking slob Jack Black or the legendary Hulk Hogan? Because this is literally the difference, all right? You can be on this guy's side, all right? Cool, American legend, American icon, or the guy who's literally only famous in his career for self-deprecating himself, okay? So this is the difference. You got this weirdo right here. What the heck is he wearing? When's the last time the guy shaved? He looks like he crawled out of a homeless shelter, or he was like hibernating for 5 years or something. He looks like he lived in the woods. I don't know. You know, and not in a cool way. Not in like a rugged mountain man. He just looks like a slob. Total slob. What is he wearing? No idea. Or you could be like Hulk Hogan, brother. That's the difference. All right. That's the new argument against the Biden voters. We have Hulk Hogan. You have Jack Black. This is the difference. We are not the same. We are not the same. Like, it's crazy to think about, but honestly, our celebrity caucus this time is like cooler than theirs. Okay? Objectively speaking. Objectively speaking. Oh, Jack Black endorsed Biden. Oh my gosh, we got Robert De Niro. Shut up, brother. We have Hulk Hogan. I don't know why that sounded. We have Hulk Hogan, brother. So make your choice, America. All right? Make your choice. It's a binary choice. Many have said this. You can be like this. You can be like that. Right? I mean, think about it. This is America under Biden. Literally. This is America under Biden. This is America under Trump. Which one do you want to be, brother? So true. So true. All right. I know I missed these super chats. I didn't read them fully. So, Republican Thinker says, did I just get on break to see Hulk Hogan at the RNC? I think America's going to make a comeback. It will be glorious. So true, brother. No, that's real, though. That's real. That was like the most meme magic moment of the RNC. People are going to make fun of it. No, it was awesome. It was awesome. You're coping and seething, okay? And the reality is, most of the electorate still is Gen X and older, okay? They know who Hulk Hogan is. Everyone knows who Hulk Hogan is, okay? Especially people who actually vote in this country en masse. So, you know, that is completely true. Brandon Romero says, with Biden stepping down as the Democrat nominee, are you disappointed you won't be able to watch all the Biden fanboys cry when Trump wins in November? Well, we still don't know if that's happening, first of all. And secondly, I mean, they're not really loyal to Biden. They'll cry whoever the Democrat candidate is, so I don't think it makes a difference, but what's going on here? Very interesting. Not sure. What is this?
Ladies and gentlemen, the next First Lady of the United States, Mrs.
Melania Trump's coming out. All right. So elegant, chat. All right, what's this?
This is a story as uniquely American as the ideals and freedoms we all cherish. A story of a life dedicated to dreaming big. A story about giving back to the people in his beloved city. But most of all, this is a story about putting his country first. And it's a story best told in pictures. Young and confident, Donald Trump wasn't afraid to think big and build even bigger. And he left his mark on the New York skyline that greeted visitors from around the world. But he wasn't just an American entrepreneur. He became a folk hero. Celebrities and sports stars wanted to be seen with him. Politicians sought his approval. And New Yorkers just loved him. And he loved them back. And he gave back. Just one example, saving the Woolman skating rink.
The Woolman skating rink in Central Park is open again. The city spent nearly 6 years and $12 million trying to fix it. And then to the rescue, developer Donald Trump. As Tracy Egan tells us now, he accomplished in 3.5 months what the city couldn't do in 6 years.
Donald, you performed a great public service.
There was no denying that Donald Trump was the toast of the town. But he was also something even more important, a patriotic American. And like many others, he was becoming increasingly troubled by the direction of our country.
Because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings, and we're not.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined. I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
But who would ever run for president and leave such a glamorous life? Appearances in movies, best-selling books, a widely popular TV show. But for Donald J. Trump, the calling to save his country was even stronger. The mission, more important. The number of Americans being left behind, too large. And so, in Donald Trump fashion, he announced he was running for president, in it to win. And he did.
From his first day in office, the Washington politicians learned something about President Trump. He's not afraid to fight for what he believes in. They call that having the courage of your convictions. First up, the Trump tax cuts, largest in America's history, and it led to higher take-home pay for working families. Unfortunately, today, taxes are up and incomes down. The politicians just never learn. Next for President Trump, secure our border. Check. Miles and miles of wall built. ISIS and other terrorists deterred. But now, we have the Barney Fife of border security, leading to 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl coming in. Brutal migrant crime spreading across America. And ISIS, now here. President Trump promised he'd keep America out of endless wars. Welcome words to the families of our young men and women who serve. And another promise kept. He started by strengthening our military, then traveled the world, meeting with our allies, and even with our main adversaries, just so they understood that America's strength and resolve was back. Because that's what a strong commander-in-chief does. And it led to a stable world at peace and our troops safe. Today, a different story. Our enemies smelled weakness, then set the world on fire. Putin saw it, then invaded Ukraine. Hamas saw it, then started a war in the Middle East. There's one more thing we've learned about President Trump. He believes so strongly in America, so optimistic for our possibilities, and so committed to fighting to once again make our country great, that there is nothing that is going to stop him.
Powerful.
Ladies
Aura.
and gentlemen,
Pure aura.
please welcome Kid Rock.
Yo, let's go! We're so back. Hulk Hogan, Kid Rock.
If you're ready for President Trump to take the stage,
Gen X is winning tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Many are said this.
put a fist up in the air. Everybody, get a fist up in the air. Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, scream. The devil without a cause. I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of stroll, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift of gab from the city of truth. You know I jab, stab, and not critics back.
So true. Finally, we have a good concert at the RNC. We have Kid Rock. Kino, it's very Kino. The country is being rocked right now. Nah, man, not like this. It's Kid Rock. Who's this? It's Kid Rock. What do you mean, who's this? You don't know Kid Rock? Come on, Zenlock. Yo, Agent Gabe says, my boy playing Fortnite while watching the stream. God bless you, brother. Yeah, good to see you. God bless you, too. Hope everything is well.
Yeah, pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit, the soul from Motown. The underground, straight Detroit pimp. With tracks to Mac and slap.
Kid Rock is the American spirit. I don't know what the hate is about.
Watch me rock with Liberace flash. Punk rock the clash. Boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster.
All you young kids just, you don't get it. Even though I'm a young kid, but I know Kid Rock. Yeah, we need Kid Rock and Hulk Hogan as a Secretary of Entertainment. So true. It's coming. This is Project 2025, okay? Included, look at page 48, okay? Hulk Hogan will be the Secretary of Defense. Kid Rock will be the press secretary. And the liberals fear this. The liberals fear this.
Watch me kick. You can roll and rock or you can. I'm the ultimate. I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm on rock and roll and I rock this place. All super fly. Living double wide. Psychom fly. The big dog can ride. Bill Shack to share. Bring it fast and flare.
Yeah, all Kid Rock counter signalers will be re-educated under Project 2025. This is so true. This is so true.
Check my hits. I know it stinks in here, cause Trump's the They call me cowboy. I'm a singer with black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you're at. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump.
This is why the liberals fear Project 2025. We're bringing back the McDonald's value menu at actually affordable prices. We're making Hulk Hogan Secretary of Defense. There will be no electric vehicles will be banned under Project 2025. Okay, Priuses will be banned from driving in the left lane. Kid Rock's going to be the press secretary. We're going to have Kid Rock, Lynyrd Skynyrd concerts at the White House lawn every Sunday. Okay, so this is Project 2025, and they're not ready for it. That's why they fear this. This is what they fear. This is what they fear. They fear Hulk Hogan as Secretary of Defense. Yeah, bring back the dollar menu. This is true. This is why they fear Project 2025. All right, folks. It's almost time. We are awaiting the Trump acceptance speech at the 2024 RNC. And we've had some celebrities tonight. Some, we call them celebrities. We got a couple of celebrities out here. We got Kid Rock and we got Hulk Hogan. What do they have? Jack Black. Oh, let me come out in my stupid overalls looking homeless. I'm gonna vote for Biden, guys. They're lame. They suck. Like, what else can we say? What else can we say? Truly. Project 2025 will bring back the $5 footlong. This is so true. This is what they fear. This is what they fear. They fear dark MAGA in the Project 2025 plan to have Kid Rock concerts at the White House every week. The $5 footlong, the dollar menu, it will all return. We will make America great again. Bring back Blockbuster? Yes. Add that to the list. All right, folks, here's Dana White, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand, they love you, and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know. A man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, a fight for our country. I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life, he has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house?
Yep.
I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and
here we go.
47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
I'm going full screen for this chat, not gonna talk. Want everyone to take it in, and then we'll talk after, so.
All the things were gone. I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again. Just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. and moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people, at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually, most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded. Two other great warriors, spoke to them today, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters, and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. I'm going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called, he's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down, you just can't do it, you have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35,000, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. They may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill, and hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money, going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden, I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world, was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it, and we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent. But soon, we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many, hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular, in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd of Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, you know, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day, I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest, it was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions, and they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down, because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough, rough, rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able. We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. Tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster. Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly. And they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me, why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. It's going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, folks. What did we think? I'm gonna let the outro play because I think this is when the balloons come down, so we might as well watch a little longer. But thoughts on the speech? Feel free to let me know in the comment section down below. Or sorry, the live chat, I guess I really should say. But let's see, you see him there being greeted by Melania. It was very long. I know people, yes, are commenting on that. Let me see. I think I might have the final count right here. It was about an hour and a half is the give or take margin. 1 hour and 33 minutes by my calculation, at least, when I started recording, because I did record it live so we can post the clip. But, you know, I thought you saw it opening with... Okay, well, let's watch the balloons. Let's watch the balloons. So true. This is like 90% of the reason I wish I went to the RNC is this is just cool to watch in real life, I'm sure. But as you can see, the RNC and every political convention as usual concludes with this site, which is awesome. So The balloons are still coming. How many balloons did they light? Wow. I mean, Phil, I should say. And now the after party begins. It's so true. Donald Trump has officially accepted the nomination for the Republican candidate of the United States. He really gave a Teddy Roosevelt-length speech out there. This is true. They're still coming down, chat. Oh my gosh. The Democrats are not going to be happy about this. They'll be like, how much plastic are you putting in the environment with these balloons? I'm going to estimate that it's close to, it's got to be at least 3,000 balloons, maybe more than that, right? Truly impressive sight. Wow. So those are big balloons too. I know you're like, why are you so obsessed with the balloons? Because it's interesting, okay? What can I say? I'm expressing ADHD right now. I'm like, ooh, balloon. Wow. So cool, chat. Can we get a like and subscribe for the balloons, chat? All right, but I know we did get some super chats during the stream, so I'll read them while we watch this. Dollar for two says Hannibal Lecter 2028 disavow. Christopher for $10 says never forget Vivek 2024. Thank you for the 10, Christopher. I mean, I think I'll give him credit for this. I think in many ways that was a campaign that we'll look back and it kind of, I guess, pushed the GOP forward to some degree, right? A younger GOP, the next generation, doubled down on many of the Trump era ideas instead of the return to George Bush neoconservatism that it seemed like we were going to get from the GOP before. You think about characters like Dan Crenshaw. Remember when Dan Crenshaw got elected, everyone said, oh, we're so excited, young face in the GOP, he's a war veteran. And then we saw how that turned out. But yeah, folks, again, Donald Trump just concluded his hour-and-a-half-long RNC acceptance speech. Big themes to consider here. Trump did lay out the agenda. That was really the main reason the speech went on so long. But I really thought, and I hope that the part that Americans heard the most was the beginning and the end, right? People forget the middle of speeches, but especially in the beginning, right? You heard Trump propose a message of unity. He said that if the Democrats want to unify the country, they should drop the political witch hunts against him, which is a very true and very valid point. He expressed his gratitude to the American people for their support of him following and actually during the assassination attempt. And I think the part when he recalled what actually happened to him and said it was almost too painful to share, that was powerful, right? That was definitely a lot. So, you know, and I think on the agenda front, the substance was very good, right? Some people are going to say it went on too long. Some people are going to say it was perfect. I listened the whole time. It is what it is. Like, the man just got shot. I mean, I say, like, let him to talk for as long as he wants. Did Did some people watching probably tune out because it was like too long? Sure, but I don't know. I know I was listening. So, but I mean, if I were to, and I know some people are going to say, "Oh, Trump was too low energy." Guys, he just got shot. Okay, it's supposed to be somber. That's not a criticism I would have at all. I think it was perfect, right? People have heard Trump be fiery for years. They're used to it. They know it. Okay, this is his chance to sell a different side of himself. I think especially in the beginning of the speech, he did that very well. The agenda for the people who, you know, the American voters who are undecided and listened for long enough was very strong, very good. You know, hit the key issues, hit a lot on immigration. You noticed he kept going back to that. And that is, of course, by polls, the most unpopular issue for Joe Biden and potentially the issue besides the economy that may decide the election. So, you know, certainly a good focus from him there. You kind of noticed, I think it differed from the 2016 speech in the sense that 2016, he stayed on script basically the entire time, right? He was out there. You remember, Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo. This speech, he treated a lot more like a rally speech. He reads off the teleprompter, starts talking. Reads off the teleprompter, starts talking. Again, people will think what they will of that, right? But at the same time, it was an impressive display of endurance, I think, to say the least, right? Maybe that's part of the point of it. Look, Sleepy Joe can't talk for 90 minutes. He can't talk for 5 minutes, and that's definitely very true. But I think the best way to weigh it is to say that when I look back to Trump's 2016 RNC speech, something I've watched years later as well because it's just so good. I remember two iconic things from that speech. I remember his intro. And I remember, like, the way he walked out to "We Are the Champions." I'm sure some people remember that. And I also remember... Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. As I was saying, I remember two things from 2016. I remember, again, Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo. That's like the defining line of that speech. And I remember the entrance, right? I think to this speech, I can say basically the same, right? I don't think a lot of people are going to go back and remember what he said about immigration or these things. They will remember the entrance. He came out there looking like Elvis Presley. He actually copied the lights, I think, exactly. And he did that, and he also talked about his experience with the assassination. And I think that is something that everyone's going to remember. So if you take nothing else from the speech, and that was in the beginning, I think those are the parts that people are going to remember the most. And, that's always important. It's like, what were the defining moments? No one remembers everything you said in the speech. So, I don't know. Let's read live chat here and see what your thoughts are. But let's take a look. All right, going to live chat right now. Okay, where's my man Vivek? Well, it's the Trump family currently on the stage. I don't know. Need more Hogan? Hogan might have been the highlight of the night. I thought Tucker Carlson gave a great speech, and I was thinking about that. But then the very moment that Hulk came out, I was like, that's probably the most memorable moment of the entire speech already. Congratulations, Vince, on the performance of your Vivek video. I certainly appreciate that. Thank you very much. Total Thunder for $5 says, sorry, but the speech was mid. Not enough message discipline, and it went way too long. Love Trump, but this was not it. I mean, I understand. I think it could have been better. I think it could have been better for sure. But, and I think it could have been shorter and more concise. I wouldn't speak for that long. I could speak for 90 minutes, as I've done on stream. When I give speeches, they're usually like 10 minutes long because I know people tune out. But at the same time, okay, let's not be overly critical here. The guy just got shot in the head, all right? He's winning huge in the election at the current moment. Even if you don't think the speech delivered the way you wanted it to, what difference does it really make, right? Again, if you take nothing else, remember three things. Remember his entrance, remember his call for unity, and remember his telling of the assassination story. That alone, if Americans remember that in their head, forget the rest of the speech. If they remember that in their head, which came in the beginning, that's a powerful message, and that basically would add all of the boost that I think Trump needs on that front, right? So, again, people can think what they say about it. On substance, it was not bad. Yes, I agree. I think it went too long for my own taste as well. But, I mean, honestly, when I compare it to the 2020 RNC acceptance speech, which few people remember, it was definitely better than that. It was definitely more memorable than that. Was it quite the 2016? Well, it depends how you look at it. Because 2016, yes, the whole hour 15 arguably is more entertaining or more iconic or whatever. But at the same time, the context, the gravity of this moment, the retelling of the Trump story of, when he got shot and all that, that also arguably is more memorable than what we might remember from 2016. So it depends how you look at it. But, I mean, ultimately, I think Trump's going to see a convention boost. Point or two. Usually it's like a modest boost, but that's going to be real. I wouldn't say the RNC overall was a flop by any stretch of the imagination. I think a lot of people liked it overall, right? So you'll see that. And then you compare that really. Here's really the thing to keep in mind too. Trump's convention speech does not have to be a complete banger, right? It does not have to be the greatest convention speech in all of history. It just has to be better than Joe Biden's, right? Because you're not running against George Washington in this election. You're not running against Reagan or JFK or someone. You're running against Joe Biden, right? That's the opponent here. And so, if the DNC somehow blows people out of the water, then maybe there's reason for concern. But frankly, I don't necessarily see that happening, right? I don't really see that happening. I think the Democratic Party is very divided at the current moment. Who knows if the DNC is even going to attract the big name speakers? Because at this current moment, you have Nancy Pelosi wants Biden out of the race. Chuck Schumer wants Biden out of the race. Who else do we got? We got several Democrat senators who want Biden out of the race. Even Barack Obama allegedly wants Biden out of the race. You can get, so I'm sure they'll come around because it's in their best interest, but that's something to keep in mind. You're dealing with a divided party, right? You may have Palestine protests breaking out within the building itself. I really don't think that the DNC is going to be something that's super impressive to people, and especially their woke nonsense that they're going to pull. People are going to find that off-putting, in contrast to the RNC, which honestly felt a lot more unifying than the divisive politics you'll see from the left. So, all around, I would say the convention as a whole, pretty solid, high energy overall. People say, oh, he went too long. Whatever. Okay. It's also impressive to some degree, right? That you can speak for this long when you just got shot. He's probably still on like painkillers and stuff. So, again, depends how you look at it. But I don't think necessarily even that this convention speech is like tantamount in order for Trump to win, right? All he had to do was give something that was acceptable, and he's got it, and it was definitely acceptable. Did it go beyond that? Well, that's up for interpretation, I think. But let's see. Bro, watch the Japanese RNC reaction stream. The comments dissing CNN are hilarious. That sounds hilarious to me. Glimpse of Barry for $20 says the fact that he can talk up there for 90 minutes says everything he is. By the way, thanks. Big super chat, $20 there. Biden, who can't even talk for 10 minutes without stumbling a word. Exactly, right? Keep this in mind, guys. Yes, you're right, to some degree. Were there things that could have been better about Trump's speech? I agree. I think so, too. But it doesn't have to be the best convention speech in history. It just has to be better than his opponent. You really think his opponent's going to do better than that? Right? His opponent's going to speak for 20 minutes. Assuming he is the opponent. We should point that out. His opponent's going to speak for 20 minutes. And given the way Biden currently is, it's just going to... American people, I'm Joe Biden. I'm Jill Biden's husband. Like, what is he going to say? And what message at this point can you really offer to Americans? He's so underwater on every issue, right? It'd be one thing if he had a bad debate, but he did a good job as president. And, his economy was perceived as good. He didn't have all the foreign crises, the immigration crisis going on. But it's that, and he's old and senile, right? Some Americans may say, if we had an old senile guy, but he was doing a good job, maybe I'll stick with it. But you have an old senile guy who has no agenda to defend on. You really think he's going to be able to deliver a better speech than this? You know? So it is what it is. Vince, am I being too negative for not liking the lack of appreciation for Vivek? Well, I mean, I would point out he didn't name everyone, right? He didn't talk about Glenn Youngkin, about Doug Burgum, about Byron Donalds, about any of the VP shortlists. So I think you are. I don't think it's really that big of a deal. Trump has shouted out Vivek at numerous different rallies. But if he shouted out everyone who was at the RNC, then he'd be going on the entire speech about that. So he talked about his family, he talked about his VP, but that was it, right? And that's the way it should be, because you don't want to be speaking forever. Because think about it, if he shouts out Vivek, then he has to shout out everyone else, because then all these other people are gonna be like, what about me? You know? So I don't think that was necessary. I think it would have just become a distraction if he's naming off too many people. You know, it's honestly my opinion on that. So Vivek had the best speech for me. There are a lot of good speeches. There are a lot of good speeches, ladies and gentlemen. That's definitely the truth for sure. Do you think Biden will make it through the weekend? So the Biden campaign came out currently and said those reports are false. I don't know. I would say 60% chance he does, 40% chance he doesn't. I am still leaning on the camp. I still kind of believe that Biden is going to be the nominee. I'm on that team, right? I've given my reasons for it. It is what it is. So, but I'm not saying it's definitive. I'm saying like 60-40. I lean slightly towards. I still think Biden's going to be in the race, but it is. It's definitely up for interpretation. Okay, it's definitely up for interpretation. We'll see. I mean, we definitely will be following the news cycle all weekend long. You can certainly guarantee that, because we gotta see. We gotta see what happens for sure. For sure. Trump is still on the stage here, by the way. You see his grandkids. You see JD talking to Melania off on the side. But look, chat, can we... Even if you didn't like the speech, can we appreciate the entrance? Okay? That was cinema. That was cinema right there. Came out like Elvis. Okay? And he basically copied the model from 2016, but he made it... He put a new spin on it. I thought it was pretty cool. You had the flashing lights. He comes out, like he emerges from the stage. The teleprompter and the podium comes up. I thought that was pretty cool. For sure. So let's see what else we got, chat. I mean, closing thoughts. Overall, I think a solid RNC. No political convention is perfect, but a lot better than 2020. I was honestly too young. I didn't watch all of 2016, so I don't know how it compares. I watched Trump's speech or whatever, but I don't know how the rest compares. But I think we're going to see a convention boost. Not that we necessarily need one, but we'll probably see a minor convention boost. And I think, again, we're in a good position to win this election, but let's also not pretend that the election is necessarily in the bag. Maybe it is, by the way. Maybe it really is. But you never want to approach it that way, right? And so if you listened to Trump's speech tonight and was like, that was not a 10 out of 10, fair enough. That's a reason why you can't get complacent, right? Nothing is guaranteed, right? Trump is fallible still, obviously. And Biden, as much of Biden as Biden is, yes, you know what I mean by that, he still has a pathway to winning this election. Let's not pretend like that's not true. It is true. It may be a narrow pathway. We may be the favorite. We should never go into something that hasn't happened yet and just be like, we got this in the bag, okay? Frankly, no sports coach would suggest that. No Republican campaign person, right? You never want to treat the election like that. So that's something to keep in mind as well. This is far from a done deal. You say, oh, but they tried to assassinate him. Look at the debate. It's got to be over, right? You would think so. But, you never know, right? You never know. Arrogance is what lost the election for Hillary Clinton in 2016. We don't want to be in that position, okay? We have to work still like we're 10 points behind. And I firmly believe that. Really, Trump's oration was 2 speeches in one? Yeah. Amazing RNC. I liked it a lot. Thanks for the coverage. Yeah, folks, I'm probably going to wrap up the stream here very soon. I'm going to get to recording, our other content. I want to recap it in a second through like video format. But this was fun. Yeah, folks. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Wish I could be there. You know what? In 4 years, we will be there. I'm not going to make a promise. I'm not going to make a because who knows, right? Maybe 4 years, I'm not even doing this for a living, right? But and the goal is, all right, 4 years, we're going to have a media booth here. We can shake hands with Cenk Uygur. I can say Cenk, right? And it'll be fun. It'll be a fun time for sure. So wish I could have been there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Whatley of North Carolina.
So he's about to end the RNC basically here.
And now, to deliver this evening's benediction, please welcome Dr. Mario Dickens from Milwaukee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank God for being here and granting me this opportunity to address the Republican National Convention 2024. I'm staying on script, but I got to say one thing. Just 4 hours ago, my granddaughter was born.
Let's go.
Ayanna Leah Dickens. Yes, my granddaughter is here. I just wanted to welcome her into the world on this stage. One nation under God. Reflecting on the significance of this phrase is crucial in the days to come. The path we have traveled has not been easy, but it must be navigated with dignity and perseverance. The Holy Scriptures state that the peace of God surpasses all understanding. I pray for peace in this nation, peace on the campaign trail, peace on our streets, and peace in our homes. We extend prayers for Corey Comprator, who tragically lost his life in Saturday's assassination attempt, for the innocent bystanders injured, and for their grieving families. May the presence of God be with them. It is God who established governments, as explained in Romans 13, verse 1. And for that, we are grateful. My wife, Cherie, I love you. My parents and my children know that God is the ultimate answer. As you leave this Republican National Convention, do so with the confidence that He will guide your path and keep you in His grace. My hope is that we all find joy in the days to come and embrace leadership in the up-and-coming elections that will guide the next 4 years with wisdom and peace. So please stand with me as I end this prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In Jesus' name we pray. God, we give you the honor, the praise, and the glory. Hallelujah. President Trump, Senator Vance, may God lead you and guide you. Amen. Thank you. Thank you.
Amen, brother.
Great job. Thank you. The chair now recognizes the delegate from the state of Wisconsin for the purpose of making a motion.
Chairman Mike Whatley, thank you so much for bringing this convention to the greatest state in America, Wisconsin, a great city of Milwaukee. It's been a great convention. I, Tommy Thompson, former governor of Wisconsin, along with my good friend, Governor Scott Walker, and our chairman, Chairman Brian Shimmy, the whole Republican delegation at this particular time wants to adjourn sine die the 2024 convention. Thank you, all of you, for coming. Drive safely home.
Well, they have Joe Biden.
The question now occurs on the motion to adjourn the greatest Republican convention in history.
Joe Biden out here nominating Trump.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Accordingly, the 2024 Republican National Convention stands adjourned sine die.
All right, there you have it, folks. Now it is officially over. Thank you to everyone who tuned in to our live coverage here of the RNC. All right, folks. Close the book. Now we have an election to win, and it's officially, by the way, if you want to say it. I mean, I'd argue it already started, obviously, but it's officially general election season. Now we've had the first political convention. Now it's the blitz, right? Now it's on for real. For real, now it's on. I would argue it really started with a debate because it did it so early, but however way you want to look at it, it's now official. So everyone lock in. This is so real. Everyone's got to lock. It's called We Lock In. We do a little locking in. So yeah, thank you to everyone who tuned in. We will be watching the news very closely over the weekend with Biden because Trump versus Biden still really not guaranteed until the moment they nominate him at the DNC. And we definitely will also be around to cover whatever happens there next month because it's going to be really interesting, right? It's going to be really interesting to see how that all plays out, you know? I mean, what happens there is, even if he is a nominee, are you going to get protests there? I don't know. But, you know, you kind of hope if you're a Republican that the Democrat convention is just a total mess, right? It's just like, it's disorganized. You have the delegates protesting, blah, blah, blah. You know, you got Palestine people outside saying, Genocide Joe, Genocide Joe. That's kind of my prediction on how it goes anyway, but I don't know. That's it, folks. Let me know your thoughts. Be sure to leave a like on this video, subscribe before you go, and let me make sure I did not miss any of your super chats here. But yeah, all right. Have a good night, everyone. I am going to, well, my night's not over. I'm going to go now work on the video content, recapping this convention. But I'll see you guys soon. Until next time, God bless. See y'all later. Have a great weekend, and peace.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened. Many Dems wish death upon me, blood in my eye, but I can see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. Antifa trying to take my life away. I'm winning polls, so these liberals are targeting me. My back on the wall, now you're gonna see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. These libs wanna take your votes away. Many Dems, many Dems Wish death on me, Lord, I don't cry anymore. Don't look to the sky anymore. Have mercy on me. Now these demon rats are putting money on my head. Go on, get your refund, never Trump or I'm not dead. I'm the diamond in the dirt that hasn't been found. I'm the American king, and I demand my crown. When I speak, something special happens every time. I'm the greatest, just like Marciano in his prime. With me, you don't want to tussle. Follow me on Truth Social. Old Joe just took a tumble. Watch him bumble and stumble. Got problems like MAGA make Dems hats turn red. Turned your back, neocons, and now your movement is dead. Feds raided Mar-a-Lago, unlike ops on Boulder. Took shots at me on stage for all to see. Brandon's over. Many Dems, many Dems. Wish death on me, Lord, I don't cry anymore. Don't look to the sky anymore. Have mercy on me, have mercy on their souls. Somewhere their hearts turned cold. Have mercy on many Dems. Many Dems. Wish death on me. Some days wouldn't be special if it wasn't for rain. Joy wouldn't feel so good if it wasn't for pain. Death has to be easy, cause life is hard. It'll leave you physically, mentally, and emotionally scarred. This is for the rally goers on the block, lining up in their cars. For Stop the Steal boys on lock, doing time behind bars. I don't say only God can judge me, cause I see things clear. Quick, these leftists will give my tanned ass 6 million years. Self-made man like Goodfellas, yeah, they call me the Don. I'm browsing through Twitter memes, flying in Air Force One. Rhinos switch sides on me, let liberals ride on me. I thought we were cool, why are you wishing death on me? Many Dems, many Dems. Wish death on me, Lord, I don't cry anymore. Don't look to the sky anymore. Have mercy on me, have mercy on their souls. Somewhere their hearts turned cold. Have mercy on many Dems. Many Dems. Wish death every on night me. I talk to God, but he doesn't reply back. I know he's protecting me, but I still plan for attacks. In my nightmares, Newsom keeps pulling texts on me. Psych says Hillary put a hex on me. The fans didn't know much when I got shot. I got a truth from Trump gang that told me I got stopped. Leftists act like being a real president's a capital crime. You need illegitimate ballots, your voters can't touch mine. In the Bible it says what goes around comes around. Libtard shot me, 2 seconds later he got shot down. No more fear, I'm still here, charge him with treason. Got back up after I got hit, so salute him before leaving. Many Dems, many Dems. Wish death on me, Lord, I don't cry anymore. Don't look to the sky anymore. Have mercy on me, have mercy on their souls. Somewhere their hearts turned cold. Have mercy on many Dems. Many Dems. Wish death on me.